the first card we've gotten is, you see, a fiery climax approaches, full moon in Aries. So, right, of course, getting a full moon in Aries is very clearly a good sign for all you Aries out there. So, but what would this mean? A full moon in Aries. Well, of course, it does mean that Aries probably going to be most prosperous. Like with their intentions, what they set, it will be easier for them to manifest because the moon is coming in. The full moon is in their position. So basically, yeah. Especially, isn't there a full moon this month as well? Yeah. Yeah, on the 22nd, there's a full moon. So I guess that is another good sign for Aries, really. Today and on the 22nd. As for our next card, luck is on your side. New moon in Sagittarius. Yeah, today is the new moon. Maybe these cards were trying to say that Sagittarius and Aries, today is their day. At least for Sagittarius, that is. For the Aries, you have the 22nd of this month. But this month, the luck does center on the Sagittarius side. Luck is on your side. So if you have any goals that you're setting out, any jobs or relationships or anything that you're starting out on this new moon, it'll probably be for the best for you to do it, to set your intentions for it today, especially for the rest of the month as well. It seems to be definitely on your stride. And another one. Look at the bigger picture. Full moon in Sagittarius, once again. I will only be pulling 4 cards from the Moonology deck. So this is the third. You get full moon in Sagittarius. Another Sagittarius card. Oh geez, this is a month for Sagittarius, I guess. Look at the bigger picture. Despite luck being on your side, despite luck being on the Sagittarius side, you can't just leave it all to luck. That's, of course, just having luck and believing is half. It's half of intention setting. There's no way that you're going to be able to like aspire to and achieve without really what's the word? Without taking the effort yourself. Of course, you can believe, you can make the goals, make the aspirations, you can set everything for yourself. But if you don't take those steps, if you don't look at the entire picture of what you have to do this month, it's going to be difficult for things to go in the way that you expected them to. And as for our final card from the Moonology deck, this is a strange one, given the rest of the pulls. Nothing will come of the situation. Void of course moon. I don't believe that this has a negative, connotation. It is probably talking about the situation that you were in before today, or the situation that you're in today, or the situations that you might get in during the course of the month. It's probably just a situation that's just like an obstacle, but it has nothing to do with you in the greater scheme of things. Such as maybe you've gotten into a fight with someone that you know, or you've had a little bit of or at work, something came up that seems like it would be trouble. But for the most part, nothing will really seem to affect you. This new moon really does mean new beginnings. Regardless of what you came into it with, you're gonna be leaving that baggage behind. which is good, which is really good, honestly. This already looks very good just as a base. It looks really good, especially for the Sagittarius. Oh my goodness. Next up, we'll be using The Universe Has Your Back deck. See? My card. This is just, as the Moonology deck were the bases, this is just going more into detail, which clearly I will be doing because someone like me loves to talk. First card, I honor how I want to feel. I honor how I want to feel. See, something in me told me to put it right next to the nothing will come out of the situation card, the void of course mood. So intent combined with each other, it does give me the feeling of, despite the situation, what I said beforehand, situation that you were in that has nothing to do with you, but will still happen as, par for the course, despite the new moon coming to, change things, make it like you get a fresh start. But despite that, you should still take into account how it made you feel so you can avoid a repeat. Speaking of repeats, me repeating myself about the new moon, it is a time for beginnings. And you don't want to be repeating history after today. Honoring how you want to feel. I do believe that honoring how you want to feel is something good that you should carry into this new moon and the rest of the month. Regardless of what you go through for the rest of the month, your feelings should be your top priority. Especially in the course of this reading. If anything I say, by the way, does not resonate with you, how you feel takes precedence over it. Here we go. Second card. Hope is the conduit for miracles. See, right next to the luck is on your side card, like I said beforehand, of course, to be able to do anything that you want to do, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you can do it, that you deserve it, that it was meant for you. Hope is the conduit for miracles, because honestly, you could do anything in the world. You could be the most skilled dancer in the entire world. You could be the most beautiful model. You could be the most talented actor. But how would you be able to climb anywhere you want to go? How would you be able to get onto all of those top feature movies? How would you get onto Broadway? How would you go onto a runway if you do not believe in yourself? If you have no faith in your ability, in yourself, and what you believe in, there's nothing you can really do. Hope is half the battle. So I'll put this right here and go. This really is a very good pull for this month. The third card. When I'm in alignment with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. When I'm in alignment with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. Yeah. When I'm in alignment with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. Of course. For some reason, it's telling me to put the I honor how I want to feel card together with this. Definitely so, definitely. it would be difficult to be in love, in alignment with the love of the universe, to feel the care of the universe and of spirit without being able to care to love yourself, to appreciate how you feel. It has that saying goes, that one saying, which was, it's difficult to love anyone else without being able to love yourself. That's what I'm picking up from this card with the love of the universe. Perhaps some of you are finally coming into your power. You're finally like appreciating yourself. You're beginning to have your own aspirations and goals. You're beginning to respect the fact that you do have goals. And it seems that as you are coming into power, you are safe to do so. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about being knocked down, or you don't have to worry about compromising. Yeah. It does seem like this new moon is very much in favor of people that are trying to better themselves. As it is, that is the goal of the new moon. Every new moon is setting a goal for people to finally come into their power, to better themselves, to appreciate who they are and what they have and what is meant for them. And the fourth card, which very much aligns with what I was saying, happiness is my birthright. Just another confirmation that you are completely safe during this new moon. This new moon guarantees that regardless of what you are trying to do, you are completely safe. You're safe. You're supposed to be doing this. Your happiness is the goal of this lifetime. This new moon is just a reminder that you should be aspiring for what you believe in, for what makes you happy. And then and now I'll be pulling one final outlook card on this deck. I said one, I have two. The first card says, when I lean toward love, I am led. And the second card says, through prayer and meditation, I create a ripple effect of peace in the world. When I lean toward love, I am led. Every single one of these cards is very much talking about how much all of you are very much protected, like protected. There is something very much making sure that everything that you do is guarded. You are loved, especially by the universe, of course. The universe is very much loving you. And whatever it is that you are like, what's the word for it? Whatever it is that you are, of course, aspiring to, it is. Right on top of hope is the kind of miracle. Oh, that's what it is. Hope is the conduit of miracles. And when I lead towards love, I am led. Of course. Yeah, okay. Love. Yeah, to be able to have to freely hope and to just have it in your mind set, your own intention, you'd have to have some semblance of love towards both, of course, yourself and towards the universe, to be able to free fall backwards into it and just believe. Just be like, whatever I'm like manifesting in my head, whatever it is that I am setting my intentions for, it is going to happen. And I will leave it to the universe to help me make it come true. Of course, it would be right next to hope's kind of miracles. It makes sense. And through prayer and meditation, I create a ripple effect of peace in the world. This is definitely telling you to become, that through prayer and meditation, becoming closer with spirit and the divine, you ripple effect of peace in the world. Oh, yeah. Of course, the more that you stabilize yourself and the more in touch that you become, the more you're able to spread this peace and love. It all starts, of course, on the new moon. It all starts here. I feel like I'm a broken record. I keep on talking about beginnings and starts, like some type of, like it's the start of a movie. But definitely, it is saying that whatever I keep on saying whatever you're doing, but the work that you're doing right now, the work that you're doing inside, is the beginning to a greater effect, a greater pull. There's something about it, something about what you're doing that is making a change. And that was the Universe Has My Back deck. And the next deck I have in hand oh geez. My apologies. I need to take a little bit of a sip. Don't want to get okay. Oh wait. So this, hold on. Before I go on to the other deck, I want to use these small cards, these cards. Not really cards, they're more like, you know, little messages. They look like this, like little, just little pieces of advice from spirit. The first piece of advice that I've gotten is, whew, this is intense. Give blood. Decide to have one day in a year when you and your friends could go and do this. This sacrifice is something you know can save someone's life. Be an instant hero. Well, I don't believe it. It's just saying, oh, go donate all of your blood right now. No, it's definitely saying you should probably do an act of charity. From like, it doesn't, of course, it doesn't have to be like blood. It could be giving away clothing you don't need at Goodwill, or giving away toys that you no longer play with, or items or books. Maybe going to like, yeah, going to read at libraries. Just donations. Anything that like, anything that makes you feel good and makes other people do better. Do better in the sense of, you know, having more clothes, food, things to read, education. It's very much just a go out and do something good. Do a good deed today, at least during this month. The next card from small deck is forgive. This is a time for transformation, really. And it says, someone who's hurt you in the past, take a forgiveness test, pray for that person, and wish them all of the blessings you can think of. Yeah, like I was saying beforehand, this is a time for transformation. Anything that you're holding on to, any grudges, any like past hurts or grievances, like you shouldn't forgive this person for their sake, of course. It's for you. You don't have to you're not forgiving them because like, oh, maybe they feel bad or they want you to forgive them. You're forgiving them because you want to forgive them. You want to move on. You don't want to carry this hurt or this, like these feelings of hatred or these dark feelings in your heart anymore. You want to be able to move on into the rest of the year without thinking about anything that this person has ever done to you. And if it's not a person, maybe it's like a situation that made you feel uncomfortable. Maybe it was something that you yourself maybe did that made you feel embarrassed, made you feel resentful. And you have to forgive yourself. You forgive yourself for putting yourself in that situation. Forgive yourself for saying or doing or allowing what you did. And it's for your sake. You're forgiving for no one but yourself. And you can forgive yourself just like that, even if it takes a while. Because forgiveness isn't as easy as just going, oh, I forgive you, and then you feel better. Take all the time you need to be able to actually feel like you've given forgiveness and that you've accepted what happened. Don't do it just because the girl with the cards told you to forgive someone. Oh, this one seems a lot less. This one seems a lot more easy to do immediately. Take a walk with your dog or whatever it is that you own, any pets, or just by yourself. And maybe let him walk you. You never know where he might take you, what new place you can discover. Life is one big adventure we can all enjoy, and it can start with your dog. Of course, if you don't have a dog, like I said, just take the walk by yourself or with a friend or a family member or any other pet that you may have. Because taking a walk is very good for giving you clearing your mind. It's allowing you to go and, like I said, to see all of life's wonders. You never really know where you are or like what as a person in your mind space or just in general, like where you are until you go and take a walk. And it doesn't have to be like some crazy walk. You don't gotta walk for like 2 hours and go sightsee everything in your city or your town. It's just walk outside. Maybe you can even just walk around your house and just clear your mind. Look up at the sky. Maybe if there's grass or like trees around you, take a minute to go and appreciate that. It's very, very, very special these days to be able to surround yourself with nature, no matter how little it may be. Even if it's just like a tree, a singular tree in a park, or it's some grass next to the highway. It's nature, and you should appreciate it if it's near to you. And here's another one that's easy to do. Well, it depends, I suppose. Buy local. Promoting good quality items made locally helps the economy and benefits you in the long run. Yeah, buying locally grown products. Honestly, I really do believe this depends on you as a person. But I do think that it is very good to start trying maybe things that are like organic. If that if you haven't before, like trying new things, especially if it's in like, for example, if you live in like a small town, instead of ordering out or maybe buying things offline, you go to like someone who local. Oh, I dropped a card. You go to a place that's like run by like a mom and pop shop, or some place that makes their wares, like a clothing store that hand sews, or a store that hand makes their food. It does help the economy, but I do really believe that it would help you the most. Eating things and wearing things and going to places where you can feel the people that made it is very, very important to. I feel like it's very, very important to like you as a person. It's very rare that you get to like hold things or see anything where you know that the person that's selling it to you is the person that's the one that made it's a very different feeling than finding something like packaged at a store. Yeah. I'll be doing one. Yeah, okay. So I've gotten the urge. I was only gonna do four, but for some reason I'm just like I need to do one more, just one more before to finish this off. Huh. Well, this is a sweet one. Offer the mailman or the newspaper boy an ice cold drink on a hot day as a way of saying thanks. This is really sweet. It kind of reminds me of the give blood one, which is like do a good act for someone. Especially in these times, I think it would be very good to like treat an essential worker or someone that you know have been working hard, like maybe a parent or a sibling or a friend or a spouse that you know has been working hard, like at their job or just in the house, or or just like they've been studying so hard in school, or they've done that big risky thing that they've been afraid of all this time, and as a way of saying like, oh, thank you for doing this, like thank you for doing the laundry, or thank you for making food, or thank you for taking the step to achieve your dreams. Like just give them something. It doesn't even be a big thing, something simple like I'll get you something nice, like I'll get you a drink, make you, I'll buy you something, or maybe, or for other people like like me, I'll give you a reading. But yeah, for the outlook of this month, this is looking very, 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 very good. All of this is just it's just a spread of just saying, as given how kind this month will be to you, you should be kind to all others. From all the luck, the hope, the love that you're surrounded with, it would be, of course you should share it. That's what it means. All the love in this universe, all this love that's around you that you're able to be led by. You should invite others into it as well. Whether it be through acts of charity or just hanging out with your family and friends. Thank you for sitting through my session. I'm very happy. This is oh of course this is very new for me. I hope that all of you enjoyed it and that it resonated with some of you. Thank you.
All righty, doing a quick switch. Hello. I like to light them. All right. Let me get my headphones in. What's going on? Oh gosh. All right. Hey everybody. I hope I can be heard. Turn on my light a little bit. Okay, so that was Connie by giving us a little outlook on what to expect during this new moon and everything. So this was, like she said, her first time she's getting her feet wet during this event. Let me see, where am I? I'm always confused as to where to look. Sorry guys if I look like I'm looking all over the place. All right, so I'm Amina Hextall. And I'm going to be doing some soul transforming energy and movement. I'm very sweaty, so please bear with me. Those who are new to me, when I start to work with the spiritual energies, they gather, and then the light energies, they just cause me to sweat. Some people I've heard feel cool or they feel cold. I don't. I feel very hot and sweaty when spirit is around. So please don't mind the excess sweat. Okay. So let's get it started. First, when I woke up this morning, the first thing that came in my head, and this is rare, was angels. And I don't know why. So I was sitting for a while with it and I was like, angels? What about the angels? What about the angels? And I got a message like, angels and archangels, specifically archangels are very, very, very predominant on the planet right now. Some of you may be familiar with some of them, such as Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, Uriel, Metatron. Yeah, big time. They're coming through, giving messages, downloads, coming through dreams. Yes, Tiffany, Uriel. I love working through Archangel Uriel, Archangel Metatron, and they're urging like, start to use the sacred geometry, start to use the symbols, the sacred symbols and things like that to open doors, to open portals. And so with today being a portal opening day, well, it's been pretty much open for a minute now please don't kill me. I can't remember the exact date in July where the portal was activated, but I know it goes all the way to August 12th, I believe. So it's a very lucky time and blessed energy. If you're not really sure what Lionsgate is, Sirius, our brightest star, sometimes we call it the second sun, is rising high and it aligns with the pyramids, the 3 pyramids of Giza in Egypt. It's a whole big magical thing that's happening. So it would be great if everybody in the world knew about it and could tap into it. And that's why we wanted to do a program like this where we could start to educate people on how to use the magic that's all around us. So first, what I like to do with my movement work is I like to find a hand mudra. A lot of my powers in my hands, my energies in my hands, and my feet. But that goes for most people. We have chakras in our hands and our bottoms of our feet that we don't really pay a lot of, it's not really paid a lot of attention to. We choose to focus on the 7. Sometimes some people will do 8, 9. They might do the soul star and the earth, but not a lot of people do that. So I like to find a hand mudra to incorporate into my movement. Please don't mind me if I'm sniffling a little. I'm coming off of a cold, but I'm here. Like Silly said in The Color Purple, I'm here, so I'm gonna make it work. Okay, so we're gonna do a hand mudra. And let me just make that clear. Some people might not know what a hand mudra is at all. You might have seen Buddhist, maybe even Hindu, spiritual people when they meditate, or just people practicing yoga, using different hand symbolism. This one is very popular for the root chakra, and then of course, everybody, we all know this one. It's universal. So, different hand positions can help you focus on different things within yourself or whatever. So I'm going to find us a hand mudra. What I'll do with that is I'm going to incorporate it into our movement. We're going to get up, we're going to do some breath work and just get the blood circulating and connect to our angels. So the reading that I'm doing today, when I get to your reading, is going to be using all of my angel cards, but just about all of them. I'm using, how many decks? 3 decks, and then I'm going to use 2 from my homemade. Yes, so, you know, I haven't done any of my movement this morning. It's usually a ritual for me to get up and do a little breath work and movement, but I said I'm going to wait and do it with the collective that joins today, so we can all share in the same vibration. All righty, so let's see what we got to do. What do we have here? I hope we don't get a tough one. Some of the hand positions could be difficult. Oh, so right now, not even getting a hand position, we're being told throat chakra work is necessary. Let me get it in the right spot so you can see. And it vibrates the color blue. And this card, this symbol here means purification, and it's located where in your throat. The sound you would like to make, and you can try to make it now, is hum. That's the sound for the throat chakra, H-A-M, okay? Yeah, I'm not surprised throat chakra too today. The color is sky blue. The symbol is the 16-petal sky blue lotus flower. And it rules the throat, the neck, the endocrine system, and thyroids. Its element is space. And the qualities are communication, expansion, discernment, and purification. It's your 5th chakra, okay? So when we do our breath work, which I'm gonna do probably maybe 5-10 minutes before we get up, I'm gonna focus it on the throat chakra, opening it up, clearing the energy there. Now let's get a hand mudra to go with that. Can we get a hand mudra? Wow. Okay, so we got a little bit of a difficult one, but this is cool. I could do this one. I've done a dance with this before. Here it's called, it stands for unconditional love, but it has other meanings. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of that stupid glare of light. I should turn the light off. That's probably why I'm sweating like this. Woo! That's a lot better. Okay, I think I was cooking under the light. So, all right, so we have unconditional love is what this means, but it's also the lotus position, okay? And it's called the Padma Mudra. So that position, put your hands together, you hold it right here just about, and push it out some. Keep your pinkies together and your thumbs and open your fingers, okay? When I first started doing this position, it was so difficult for me. Oh my God, this used to hurt just to hold it like this. So don't hold this position for long. When I'm doing breath work, we'll hold it for 4 breaths, that's it. And you don't want to get, you know, wrist pains and things like that. All right, so just so that you know, it assists us with gratitude, opening up your heart and empathy. It also supports the cardiorespiratory and immune systems. It increases circulation in the chest, heart, and lungs. Wow, I didn't know all of that when I was doing it before. I didn't know I had all of those qualities. All right. And when you're doing it, bring the hands in front of the heart and relax your shoulders down and lengthen the spine. And then your focus is, my heart blossoms open with unconditional love. That's great. All righty. So I like those 2 energies that we will be moving in. And you see the card is green. So for those who don't know, that is the heart chakra. All right. So we're going to be working on clearing the throat and the heart chakra. Now, I'm going to give you a quick read from the angels. I want to put the camera down so that you can see the cards, but I don't know if that's me doing too much, and I have a tendency to do that. I'll do too much, and then next you know the camera's falling down and all that stuff. So that does not happen, I'm going to hold up the cards to the camera just so that you can see them, okay? So let's start with our guardian angel cards. This deck is by Tony Carmine Salerno. Did I say it right? Salerno. So I'd like you to see me shuffling. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up 3 piles. And you can pick pile number 1, pile number 2, pile number 3. I always found that to be a little bit fun. I used to do pick a cards on YouTube with other people who have done them. I always thought it was fun. So I said, I'm going to start doing those too. So I have 3 crystals here, and each crystal is going to represent a pile. Okay. What you'll do is you'll look at them, you're taking a deep breath, and you see which one is calling your energy and that you feel has a message. Okay. For today. I'm going to set this up. This is Guardian Angel cards. That's 1. I will show you the crystals shortly. And each crystal has a meaning behind it too. So when you select your crystal, you should also make sure that you're really like focused, okay? Don't just look at it and go, oh, that's pretty. I like that one. One that really calls you that you're like, I have to choose that one. All right. This is the Guardian Angel Tarot. Now my daughter's sitting in here. How we both gonna be sniffling at the same time? Okay. So here we go. Mix these up, put them into the 3 piles, and then this is by Radley Valentine. I always say the decks in case you know there's other seers on who might want to purchase a deck if they like it. And this is what Scatterbrain has to do to focus. Oh, cards are right in front of me. Angel Therapy deck, Oracle deck by Doreen Virtue. She doesn't really make decks anymore, you know, sad to say. But sometimes some people allow religions and things to disconnect them from what they're actually seeking through religion. You know, so she tended to have gone down that route and she doesn't do tarot cards anymore. However, she still has some wonderful decks. Yes. Okay. All right, so this will be pile 1, pile 2, pile 3. Now, my decks that I make myself, I'm going to shuffle those right in the moment. I have 2 of them. One is going to be channeled messages from your highest self, spirit guides, angels, whoever wants to come through. Archangels in here too. And then I have another deck I call my, I swear if I don't remember the name of this deck today, Soul Rhythms. And I made the deck. Every time I do a reading with this deck, I cannot remember the name. It's based off of African drum rhythms from West Africa that resonated with me and my ancestors. But I gave it a name like Rhythm Vibes, trying to be, you know, on some tip, and now I can't never remember the name. So that must be spirit saying, pick another name because that's not working. So anyway, I shuffled those last year. So here we go. Pile number 1 is represented by Opalite. Okay. If this is, if you're attracted to this, if this is calling to you, if spirit is saying the message is under the opalite, then you should choose that one. I'm gonna have to put this on now so I can see. All right. Let me see if I can make this a little lighter so I'm not. Oh, it's good. All right, the second deck is Angel Aura Quartz Crystal. So if you feel drawn to this or the number 2, this is your deck, your pile. Now there's gonna be a little pause after my session, probably about a 30-minute pause or 15 to 30-minute pause before the next presenter begins. That'll give you a chance to get something to drink, go to the bathroom or whatever, especially because I'm gonna do a little movement. So I put a little space in between us 2. Okay, just so that you all have a heads up. Okay, and pile number 3. Oh God, this light is making it crazy. Maybe I shouldn't use this light because now you can't see the beauty of this crystal. No, turn it on. Okay, now you can see. This is Celestine or Celestite. Okay, so if you feel attracted to this pretty crystal, let the sun shine on it a little bit, then There you go. And you choose that one, number 3. So let's take a deep breath. Let it out. I'm choosing a pal right along with you. I'm a part of this collective. So choose your pal. You can write it in the chat if you want to like claim it. Like, this is my pal. 1, 2, 3. You know, it's up to you. Or, you know, you just keep it inside. It's up to you. I am going to get started now with pal number 1. Okay. Make you got on this just to make sure for me. Okay. So if you chose number 1 or opalite, first I'm going to tell you my pal number 1s start to really tap into your intuition, your inner knowing. Okay. You're going to start to feel as if it's a synchronizing. You're going to start to realize why things are happening. You know, you're really going to be getting messages from your angels and your guides and your guardians. But what they're saying too is you have to open up to hear them. I'm getting a message of third eye chakra work. Just send some nice indigo blue, like, I guess like this blue energy, okay? So, yeah, just try to send that energy to that third eye area. Is the Wi-Fi? I hope my Wi-Fi is going out. I hope everybody's still good. I thought that though, bringing together 7 powerful presenters, things might start to go wacky. So I'm prepared for everything. We have hosts, co-hosts. If anything shuts off, somebody's still on. I pray. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, just let me know if y'all can. Okay. So the first card we have under here, my intuitive pal number 1s. You are a powerful light worker. Well, there's your confirmation. It is safe for you to be powerful. Your spiritual power brings great blessings in loving service to the divine. Okay. So you're a light worker, my pal number 1s. That means you need to be in some sort of service or trying to figure out, or maybe you already are in service to others and helping people to either open their eyes to something that, you know, society has caused everyone to close their eyes to, or you're out there healing people using different techniques that are not considered the norm. Or you could be in the norm, in a 9 to 5, just doing the doctor work, nurse work, EMT, whatever the case is. You are here to bring light to this planet and to be in loving service, to the divine. Okay. Your second card, pal number 1s, is Guardian of Action. It's time for you to step up and be the leader. Your natural leadership skills are being called into action. This is your moment in the sun, so move into the light and shine for all to see. This card is also about a person who has charisma, is inspiring, enjoys a challenge, and loves the spotlight. Who's my card? Who's my pal number 1s? What? Connie picked pal number 1. So there you go. All right. So you should be ready to move into action. All right. You have a guardian that is working with you, that's preparing you for these steps, to step into your leadership role, to step into the light, to shine. And and your guardian angel plans on challenging you by bringing you opportunities. That's the guardian angel card. It's going to be bringing opportunities to you to shine and to show and share your light. And from the angels, you receive a prayer. It says, "Dear God, help me always to remember that this present life is but a fleeting moment within eternity. Help me always to remember that this life is but a dream. Help me always to remember that you exist within everyone and everything. Help me always to remember that love is all there is and all else is an illusion. Thank you." And you can say Ashe, Amen, Amen, whatever way you end the prayer. That is the messages from your angels. Now I'm going to use my 2 decks. and give you some channeled messages. Please ignore my mess over here. I usually keep this off screen. I didn't notice it showing. Oh my cards thrown to the side. Okay. So here we go. I should already have these out the baggies. And these are channeled messages. This is the first deck I ever made. I saw another woman doing it online, and I was like, wait a minute, you know, I channel, I could make my own cards. So I started making them first on index cards, and then it started to advance and grow into me actually using artwork and markers and glitter. And now it's going on to having copper in it and crystals and all this stuff. So it's probably going to become quite a business for me soon if I could ever learn to part with them. Because sometimes I make these things and I don't want to sell them. I like them. All right, I make fortune boards too and intention boards. But, you know, sometimes, you know, when you make things, it's hard for you to let them go. So I'm working on it. Y'all stay posted. Okay. So here we go. Pile number 1, your first channeled message. Oh my God, if this ain't confirmation. Y'all got the third eye chakra again. Y'all have to do some intuitive work. You're supposed to be reading. You're supposed to be getting these messages. So yeah, they're just saying activated, or it is becoming more activated is the message I just got. That it's starting to become more and more active, okay? I'm gonna give you 3 from them. Uh-oh. Someone isn't trustworthy, pile number 1s, and this is coming from your angels and your spirit guides. I don't know who you're dealing with, or someone you want to do business with, or someone who's playing a friend. They're saying this person is, don't trust them. The energy I'm getting is not something fearful. It's just somebody sneaky. Maybe they say things behind your back, or they act like they wish you well, but secretly they don't. That energy is what I'm getting. Little jealousy. Okay. And the last one, wow. This comes straight from ancestor energy because I traced it in red, and that's what it meant at the time. It says mastery, a sign of support from your starseed family. So my pile number 1s, you are also a starseed. You should start looking into that. You are a spirit that's meant to become a master at your passion. And I know this is probably showing backwards. I don't know. Okay. So there you have it, my pile number 1s. I'm going to give you one more from my personal deck over here. Rhythms, vibes, whatever the heck I decided I'm going to call it. If y'all have ideas, you can also put them in the chat. Rhythms, oracle, I don't know. It's using African rhythms and instruments. So I like to consider it to be messages coming from ancient old ancestors. Okay. So let me see. Then we're going to do some breath work and get up and move. I don't want to look and see what we're going to get. Pile number 1. I'm just jumping out. You have Yankadi of the elders. So the reason why the card says Yankadi of the elders, okay? Ancestral Beats is in bed. I like that, Tiffany. I might use that one. Ancestral Beats Oracle. I could probably remember that since I'm an ancestor dancer. Yay. I might use that one. All right. Yankadi. Now, Yankadi has a slow rhythm, and then it can get fast. Okay, it can be it can get picked up depending on the age range of the group of people doing it. But traditionally, Yankadi was done by the older people at social gatherings. It was a time that they could come on the dance floor and didn't have to worry about the young energy flying off the roof, and they could just come and dance, very graceful, you know, and partner dancing, you know. So, and you have colors. It has the colors yellow and green intentionally. Yellow and green have a few meanings, but you know from now what I just told you. The green is the heart chakra. The yellow is your solar plexus, which is right about here above the belly button. And then you have also yellow and green together. Sorry, I'm blocking my whole face. Is Orun. Let me not say this wrong. Orunmila, the deity of in Yoruba that is used to divine. okay? When the priest or Babalao, as they're called, wants to throw the cowrie shells and read or rumorize whose energy is called on. And the color of the beads that they wear are yellow and green. So the back of the card says, take it nice and easy. Enjoy this moment, this time in your life. So maybe you're trying to move fast, or you're rushing, or you got all these goals and plans and you're like, gotta get to it. Spirit is saying, slow down, take it easy. You're doing great. You're doing a lot of amazing things. And what they want you to do is to stop and maybe celebrate some of the great things you're doing. Take time to breathe and connect to your intuition. Speak to your guides. They just said that very loud. Talk to us. And yeah, that's about all I'm getting. For pile number 1, the energy kind of lightened up, and the spirit energy around me, the AC started blowing on me. So pretty much, I think you're pretty chill right now. That's pretty much it. Listen to your intuition is the main message, all right? Main message, and to speak to your guides. They're there. Okay. So let's move on to pile number 2. So if you chose this angel aura quartz, here I go. I know where the camera is. If you chose the angel aura quartz or pile number 2, now mind you, you're gonna probably resonate with a little bit of each pile because we're all in the same collective if we're all here today right now. So there's gonna be a message for you under each crystal, but one may be stronger than the others. Pile number 2, if you chose angel aura quartz crystal, you are very, 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 very much being guided and called on to come to step up by your angels, okay? And you might want to get some of this angel aura quartz. It looks like quartz, but when you put it in the light, it has like rainbow colors for those who are familiar with it. So before I even go to the cards, my pile number 2, you have a mission. Jesus, I picked this pile. I just forgot. I just realized I picked this pile. But I'm getting, just from looking down, these cards in front of me have someone with their hands out. And I do a lot of work with my hands, but light is just beaming from their hands. And I'm just feeling you're a powerful healer, very powerful healers, pile number 2. And maybe you don't know it fully or you don't access it fully. Spirit is saying doubt it sometimes. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, they're saying, they're not even letting me flip the cards yet. Almost the same message to that pile number 1 got. Intuition. They're saying like, you have these gifts, and then there's a part of you that's like, what? Me? Okay. And they're saying, yeah, you. All right. All right. So let's see what the first card is. And this is the card I was talking about. See the back of it? How the hands have the lights. All right. So, wow. So if you're in this little cycle with me here, it says singing and dancing. Express yourself and awaken your psychic senses through the magical power of music and movement. If spirits are not on point right now, today, yes, the synchronicity is crazy. So, and look at her dancing and having a good time. I hope it's clear because I hate when people hold things to the camera and it's blurry. But yeah, singing and dancing. So pretty much your angels are coming through to say that not only are you a healer through using your hands, but you can also heal yourself and access other magical gifts you have within through singing and dancing. And I've been getting called to actually write songs and stuff again and write things again and sing. And I've been really, really, really doubting myself. Like, I'm too old for that. I can't do that now. So this is confirmation, like, you're never too old. Express yourself. And through dancing and singing, you're also awakening some psychic abilities within you, because when you dance, you're just so free. Even singing, if you're not around other people, there is something about moving without restriction, without direction, just going with your feeling. And when you do that, you are totally, what's the word I'm looking for? You're not blocking anything, okay? Because you're just open. So everything can just come in. It's once you start to worry about, is this person looking at me? What do they think about me? Am I doing this movement right? That's when you start to set up blocks, all right, from things flowing in. So I just felt I had to add that. Second card, 10 of action. We got a lot of action that has to be taken with this collective. Oh, wow. Well, actually, this one is saying the opposite. And I'm not surprised, being that y'all hear me sniffling every now and then. You're working too hard. The angels are asking you to find a healthy balance between your career and your personal life. Be willing to ask for help from others in order to lighten your load. Oh gosh, I get told that all the time. So that you can take better care of yourself. Straining to make others happy can be harmful to your health. Well, pile number twos, it's time to take a break. Go to this junk and clutter. It's time to declutter, clear things out, rest, heal up, eat better, and get our little schedules together so that there's a balance between our work and our play. All right. And lastly, we have forgiveness. Holding on to a past hurt is preventing you from moving forward and achieving your heart's desires. Let it go. Forgiveness does not mean that you condone another's actions. It simply means that you are no longer willing to be a perpetual victim to a particular person or event. Blame is a waste of your precious energy. Bless and surrender the past, but in doing so, you will reclaim the joy of life. Forgiveness, pile number twos. Oh, I'm laughing because forgiveness is very that resonated a lot for me too. Actually, I'm always trying to look and see if there's anyone I can release, because I've had a history in my past of being the grudge holder in my family. Even though I often never felt like that, I'm shaking the camera. I often felt like some bridges you just want people to come back across. So I would be like, oh, that bridge is burned. I'm not holding a grudge. I'm not angry. I'm not, And sometimes you might feel like you're not angry and you're not holding a grudge, really. You're not mad about it. You're not thinking about it no more. But the way that you know that you're still holding a grudge, that you have not forgiven them, is if when the topic of whatever they did comes up again, if you can go back into that moment as if it happened yesterday, and you're still holding on to it. If it comes up and you're almost like, I don't even remember why I don't remember why I was upset with this person or hurt by this person, then you started to let it go. But if somebody could say, why don't you like so-and-so? What happened with y'all? And you could go, well, let me tell you, this person did da, 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 and you can remember the whole thing, then yeah, you're holding on to it. Me, I probably have people that I just said, okay, I don't think I want you in the mix with me anymore. And I just phase that energy out. And I try my best not to hang on to any negative feelings. It's a process. So be gentle with yourselves. When I finish this, when I get to the movement, if you have questions, I will open it so that you can ask me. Like if a movement is not clear and you're like, can you do that again? That's no problem. Okay. I just didn't want y'all to think y'all would shut out for the whole entire segment. All right. So here we go. Card number 1 from your guides and angels. We're getting told the same thing as pile number 1, intuitive gifts. We have intuitive gifts, pile number 2, start to trust them. Because I was going to say start to hone in on them, but Spirit just said to me, no, trust them. You already know they're there. You just don't trust them all the time. I can attest to that. And 2, wow, this comes from ancestors. They jumped in because it's traced in red. Awards are coming. So I don't know what that is. Either you're gonna enter something and get an award, or somebody's watching what you're doing and they're gonna give you something. Something's coming. And I'm seeing it like a gift. I'm seeing it unexpected. But don't question it. We have a tendency to do that. My pile number 2s, don't question it. When the gift comes or the award comes or whatever is presented to you, don't sit and go, why? Why are you giving this to me? Why me? Do I deserve this? Accept it. You deserve it. Whatever's coming is coming because of stuff you've done already. You put in a lot of work, you've done a lot of stuff, and you've been feeling like nobody notices or sees it. But Spirit is like, yes, we do. We're going to show you. You'll see. Okay. And your last message, I expect, they want you to say this with me so you can repeat after me. I hope I'm not crooked. That's why I keep adjusting my camera. I can't tell. I'm so sorry. Okay. I expect magical things to happen all the time. When I raise my expectations, the universe fulfills them. I'm so blessed. That's your last message from the guides and angels. And now for my ancestral rhythms deck. Let's see. We have Fula Fare, balance energy shifters. I can't read my own right. I think it's balance and energy shifters. Fula Fare. Now, Fula Fare is a dance that comes from Guinea, West Africa, and it means women's dance. So I'm gonna tell you now, no, I'm sorry, not women's dance. It means dance of the Fula, of the Fulani people. Now, the Fula people are held very high in West African society. They're usually the ones that are running businesses and they have a lot of money. They tend to have a fairer skin color. The darker skinned Fula people were looked down upon and called Fulani. Ni on the end means nothing. So keep that in mind. That's just something ancestors just sparked in my brain and said, when you call up someone Fulani, in their language, it means you are Fula, but you are nothing. The Fula is the real name. So a lot of times it can mean what I'm getting. I'm sorry. I wish my daughter would let me be great. The twins are getting loud outside. Put the door. So what I'm getting is a balance between light and dark energy. Okay. And somehow alchemizing it, finding a way to, how can I say, not be in the dark or be of the dark, but to be step in the dark sometimes, because that's where you're going to find the souls that you need to work with, and then kind of get them into the light. Find a balance between the light and the dark. Find the good in the dark. Sometimes there's comfort in the dark because the dark gives you a moment to kind of think of everything, to reflect. That's the word I was looking for. So the back of the card says, realize how you react to situations is everything, okay? Be thoughtful and gentle as you maintain a level and balanced vibration, all right? So we have to be careful with how we react to things. We need to be balanced in how we, when we're working with other people, when we're dealing with our friends and family members, we have to make sure that we're coming from our heart center when we speak. And just keep in mind, even when it comes to that forgiveness, that sometimes maybe you need to forgive yourself. Maybe you don't like the way you react to something. Maybe you're upset about how you let something affect you, and that's bothering you. Sometimes the forgiveness needs to be internal. And that's all I'm getting for my pile number 2s. I hope that resonated. Last but not least, we're going to pile number 3. Can I get a time check? I just want to make sure I'm not. Okay, good. All righty. So let's keep on moving. Pile number 3s. Woo! All right. If you chose the celestite. All right. Your dreams are important. Okay. when you sleep or when you daydream, pay attention. If you have trouble remembering your dreams, Spirit is saying daydream more. Through your daydreams, they can send you messages, and you can also send them messages. They're also saying don't take daydreaming for granted. We were miseducated when teachers and parents and stuff would say, you know, get your head out of the clouds. They were messing up your manifestation ability. When they're like, oh, you're lost in a daydream. They should have left you alone there for a little bit, because through your daydreams, you're manifesting what you want a lot of the times. And you're also able to astrally travel without even realizing. Like, as a child, I used to sit in my class and I could zone out on the time, looking at that clock every 5 minutes, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And once you zone out, the time seems to just go. And next thing I know, I'll be sitting there and be like, boo, oh, time to go. So it's almost like I went into like another realm for a little while where I didn't feel the time. And then all of a sudden it was back, you know, the time was back. So I just want you to know that your spirit, your angels, guardians, they want you to really, really, really understand the power in your dreams and your daydreams, okay? To guide you, power number 3s. Your first message is your crown chakra, okay? I don't know if you can see this good. The picture really doesn't depict the crown chakra, but it has like looks like a temple floating in the air. Your crown chakra is your direct connect to source energy, God, Allah, Jah, whatever you refer to the divine as. And the same, pay attention to your ideas, as they are messages of true divine guidance sent in answer to your prayers. Now, didn't I just say the same thing? Pay attention to your ideas, as they are messages, your dreams, your ideas, your daydreams, anything you're thinking about. The divine is trying to guide you through your thoughts, okay? So sometimes you might feel like you think of something and you're like, oh, that's stupid, or I'm just bugging out, or, you know, that's just a random thought. And what the divine, what God is coming through to say right now is it's connecting with you through your crown chakra, your head, the crown, and that you're being guided. So things that might seem like, this is crazy, what is this? It's not, it's intentional, okay? So try to keep that connection, keep your crown chakra open, send some violet light energy. Also, if you're getting a lot of these chakra cards, Tashi comes on later this evening, and she's gonna be doing chakra alignment and stuff, so that would be perfect for you. Next card, 2 of emotion. A relationship grows closer. Somebody in pile number 3 is in a relationship or looking for one. A relationship grows closer as 2 people fall in love, or a current relationship grows much stronger. Friendships may deepen into a spiritual connection. Mutual respect and understanding exist or will develop. Don't give up on relationships that feel challenging to you. There's still hope. So hopefully that resonates with you, pile number 3. I feel the friendships thing very strong too, that you're going to be calling in your soul tribe. You're going to be attracting to you the people that are going to take you to your next level. That's what I'm getting with that too. Not just on a love relationship tip, but also friendships. And Angel's card says judgment. Let go of your fear of being judged, pile number 3. You are good enough. It is time to release all that you have kept safely locked away in your heart. Your true essence and potential have been restricted by structure and method for long enough. There's no right or wrong way, just be you. Here we go. I think that was straight up. So I don't think there's much more to add to that. All righty. Now let me go to this deck. Pull something for you channeled from Spirit Guides. And then we're going to get up. The movement is really 4 minutes. I'm so sorry. Well, now I know where my camera is. I just put my hand over it so I can stop looking all over the place. Don't laugh at me, Connie. So I'm going to pull what did I do? 3 cards for each group. And then we're going to get up. We're going to do the meditative movement and visualization all together. All right. All in one thing. Okay. Here we go. That 2 of them came up right away. So here we have ancestors are saying, tend to your children, or if you have none, you will have some in your care soon. So you have to work with some children, pile number 3s. Either you're going to work with kids, either you have children and spirit is saying, you know, spend a little bit more time with them and do things with them, or you need to be working with kids. Or there's going to be some put in your care. Maybe somebody's going to give you their children to watch daily, or you're going to adopt. Whatever the case may be, children are coming up strong for you, pile number 3. Nocturnal animals are coming forward as your guides. First animal I saw was the owl. Some of you the bat. But yeah, that'd be you. Whatever nocturnal animal calls to your spirit. Wolves too. I just saw a wolf. All right. And the last message for you from spirit is check yourself, get back in alignment. So you might be feeling a little shaky, pile number 3, a little off. It says step by step. Oh, it's an affirmation they want you to repeat. Step by step, I am doing or starting activities that keep me connected to source energy. Once again, returning you to your crown chakra. Connected, they want you to do things that are going to keep you connected to source. That'll get you back in alignment. So the crown chakra is very important. Goes hand in hand with that, with getting in alignment and crown chakra work, okay? Last but not least, I'm going to go to my Ancestral Rhythms deck. Thank you for the title, Tiffany. I'm going to rock with that. Let's see. Oh, too many cards trying to come out for y'all. So pile number 3, talk to your ancestors. Or somebody passed on. I just asked for 1 card and like 50 of them tried to fly out my hand just now. So somebody has a lot they want to say. If you have time, sit with your eyes closed. Even when we're doing our meditative movement, call on some ancestor energy to see who comes through. We have Bao. Y'all getting all these guinea West African rhythms. Bao, okay? Bao says masculine vibrations, but just so you know, Bao is a dance of the man. It is the total and complete opposite of a rhythm called Guinea Fare. Guinea Fare is for the woman's rites of passage. Bao is the male's rites of passage. So to get this card, your masculine energy is asking to be grounded or balanced in some way. So here it says, oh, they're saying it straight up on the back. My dear, don't fear your masculine energy, but also don't always use it for aggressive behavior. A man feels, a boy runs from the feelings. Okay, so what they're saying is pretty much whether you're masculine or your feminine energy, you have to balance out your masculine energy. You have to start to realize that masculine energy is not just for power and aggression, but it can also be something that you can use to ground and steady your feminine energy, you know? So I hope that resonated. I hope that gave you the message. Also, I just got Earth. It's saying connect to Mama Earth to go out into nature, pile number 3s. You'll also you'll feel a clearer connect with your crown chakra if you sit out in the sun. Of course, protect yourself, but yeah. So now we're going to turn things around and rise and shine, okay? And get moving. Do a little meditative dance movement. Give me 1 minute. I don't want y'all to get dizzy. I don't want you to see the whole camera spin around, so I'm just going to do it quick. Okay, I think I'm good. Make sure y'all can see me. All right, here we go. Let me just back on up, take these out. You mean all that time I had the leg plugged into your phone? It's not plugged into mine. Let me switch my mic really quickly. I did not realize that. And I kept looking down. I'm looking down at the mic and I'm like, am I kicking it? How come I don't hear it? Because I was plugged into it. Okay, so you can get up or you can stay seated. It's up to you. We're going to do some quick meditative movement. Get out my way. I'm still getting adjusted to this virtual classes. I've been doing it for a while now, but I so miss my damn space. But this is good enough. All right. Let me get my music going. So this is what we're going to do with the movement. And I hope you remember that lotus flower hand, the Padra Mudra that we did earlier, because we're going to use it in this. Let me first find my music. This is not it. Okay. And I made T2 and completely forgot it. This is what I'm talking about with my scattered brain, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why am I apologizing? It's my tea. I'm sorry to myself that I forgot to give myself my tea. All right, so can everybody see me good? I took my light on now. So with this movement exercise, you're going to be breathing at the same time, okay? Good, yeah. So this is how it's going to work. I want you to really daydream and channel, all right? Daydream and channel during this process. Do not worry so much about, am I doing it right? What you should be concerned with is, am I feeling it? If you're not feeling it, then you're not doing it right, okay? And the process, it requires you to be able to daydream just a little or visualize. That's the term. Daydreaming sounds like very immature. When you say visualize to somebody, they're like, yes, visualize, okay. But it's the same thing. Visualizing, daydreaming, same thing. Okay. Excuse me. What I do is I call visualizing focused daydreaming. It means you're daydreaming, but it's focused on something that you want to bring into fruition. It's not just you wishfully thinking, okay? So our hand mudra was the Padra Mudra, the lotus, okay? So you can see it from the side as well, okay? So I'm going to squeeze it into the movement somewhere. But what we're going to do first is get grounded and connect to Mama Earth, because it's the source of all of our energy. So you're going to pull some energy in, up from Mama Earth, and you're going to send it back out. Now, each time you're doing this, you're breathing. You're inhaling, and then you're exhaling. And I'm going to tell y'all something really funny, really quick, too. When I first came up with this meditative exercise, this movement, sorry, I thought the light was flashing. When I first came up with this, I thought I made it up. I really did. I thought I made this all up. I channeled, and this is the movements that came with how I wanted to honor Mama Earth and take her energy and things like that. And then fast forward a couple of months, I'm looking on YouTube at, I'm getting downloads about past lifetimes. So I was studying some of them, and one of them was my life as a monk. And I couldn't remember. I'm like, I'm very attracted to that lifestyle. I'm very attracted to it, and I don't know why. And I found this guy online that worked in the Shaolin monk temple in Europe. His morning meditation, he starts doing this and raising his energy and bringing it back down and clearing it. And I'm looking going, really? I didn't know that was a part of Qigong, you know. And then I do something where I tell you all to gather some of Mama Earth's energy. That's the second movement. And you're going to wash or cleanse your aura with it. And do the same, a similar movement where you rock forward, and you're taking it in and clearing. All right. But the thing with the Shaolin techniques is it doesn't really leave room for people who have physical restrictions. So if you have bad knees, some of their exercises are not going to be good for you. If you have bad lower back, you won't be able to do stuff where they go all the way over and things like that. So the one that I do is a little bit more all levels, all body types. Okay. All right, so let me get the music on. You'll be able to follow me. Okay. It's not going to be anything crazy where you're like, what is she doing? Okay, she slow down. Okay. All right. And this song, I do not own the rights to it. I'm going to say that now, is by an artist named Sona Jobarte. It's called Saya. And I always use it to open my classes and my workshops. It sets the tone. So I want to set the tone, you know, nice, calm. And then, you know, you guys can go on out into the next thing you have to do for your day, and you'll feel refreshed and ready to start. That's at least the intention of this. Is the light flashing behind me on the screen? Because when I'm looking at it, looks like I'm going bright, dark, bright, dark. Okay, so maybe I should turn the light off. All right, so let's get cracking. Yeah, I didn't need the light. Follow me. And remember, you're breathing. And breathe in. Exhale. Send anything you don't want down into Mama Earth. In. Take in some light energy. Exhale. Release all your stresses. Take some energy from Mama Earth. Feel it in your hands. And clear your energy. Other side. If you can't go all the way down, as low as you can get. Breathe deep and take in some love. And release stress. Breathe deep in. And let it go. Some more earth love. And clear. Other side. Now the objective was love, unconditional love, lotus hands. This helps you to focus on the beauty and love around you. We're going to take it up. Take it up slowly. Inhale. It's over your head. Bring your fingers together. Exhale. Inhale and open your hands. Keep seeing mine. It's in a triangle. Turn it upwards over your head. That's universal light. Inhale. Exhale. Let it come down slow. Feel the energy on the palms. Feel that energy. That's all your vibration you're feeling that other people feel. Follow me, step together and open to receive. Clear your path. Open to receive. Let's walk with spirit. Walk in the spirit of Mama Earth. Take some of that energy. And Spirit guides, we guided you here today. Let's thank source. Bring in some source energies. And repeat the beginning. Breathe in. Exhale. Repeat. Bring it in. Take you all the way up to your crown. Hands together. Exhale and bring it down. Woo! Good job, good job, good job. Let me make sure I'm not too far. All right. Minute. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to give everybody a chance to take a little break, go to the bathroom, get something to drink. If not, oh, you're welcome, guys. If you don't want to go off anywhere, I may leave some music playing, some meditative music. You can sit and do some breath work. We got amazing Allison Monroe coming up next, and a whole host of other lovely women that I want to make sure I'm here for, and definitely paying attention and getting everything I can out of this. So you guys, thank you for being very just amazing during this first half. And go take a break, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the bathroom. Allison starts shortly. Peace and blessings. And if you go away and you forget to come back, by the way, just the schedules on the website. You can see what's coming up, what time, who, what, when, where, how, why. Love you guys. Peace and blessings. You can keep your Zooms on. I'm just shutting down the camera. If anybody is hanging around, I decided I'll do a little visualization for you guys. I said, might as well. I took my bathroom. Oops. So if you're hanging out and you're waiting for Allison or whatever, because she's not on until about 3:30, I believe. 3 o'clock, 3:30. I have to check my schedule, my calendar. I'm going to do a nice little channeled visualization. I was going to do it during my set, but I wasn't sure how much time I had. But I figured, hey, whoever's hanging around, waiting for the next session, why not? so Allison is up at 3. I will do what is this? 239 to 40. I'm gonna do a little. I love this girl though, Maylan. She's great. I'm going to do a quick guided visualization with those who want to participate. Feel free, or you can go about your business. It's just my service to the collective. All right. Let me find my music. I really like her. Angelic singing. It's really cool. At least it really resonates how with me. Okay, I'm trying to find something really quick. Like a 10-minute visualization. And for those who don't know, when I do my visualizations, they're pretty much channeled. So whoever's energy I pick up on, whatever spirit guides come through is what's going to be said and how you're going to be guided. All right, just so you know. Let me see. Do I have y'all? This one she's singing is Shalom. I'm trying to find one. Calling in divine presence. That's not. See, but I don't know. Some of these she guides. So I don't want to be talking with them. Okay. All right, so if you're going to do the visualization with me, just close your eyes, put your feet flat on the ground, and we'll get started. You don't need to have any special position to sit in. Hand palms open to receive, or you can hold crystals. I hope I'm not sniffling through your entire breath work. This is going to be really quick because I think some of the other presenters may also want to offer breathing, breath work, and things. So this is really just another reading. I'm just going to be filling out your energy. Taking a deep breath through your mouth, connect to Mama Earth. Exhale. As you exhale, just feel as if your roots are connecting you, going down into the soil. Taking a deep breath, let these roots go in deeper as you connect to Mama Earth's energy. Exhale and just let any stresses, any tension, any worries, just let them go down these roots and into Mama Earth. Let them go. Taking a deep breath. Feel light energy coming up your roots or cords, however you visualize them. Exhale through your mouth and feel this light energy as it's going up your legs, up your back, down your arms, to the palms of your hands, up the back of your neck. Taking another deep breath. Feel this light energy as it comes all the way up to your crown chakra, to the top of your head. And exhale. As you exhale, feel yourself glowing brighter and brighter. Breathe in and out through your nose, in and then out. Just breathe naturally. Start to get in sync with your own body's rhythm or the rhythm of the universe. And just breathe in and out. Paying attention specifically to the air as it goes in your nostrils and out your nostrils. You're being guided. Spirit is saying, take in these breaths, and as you exhale them, just let everything go that you're worrying about. It's a lot of worry, and anxiety. Like, it's like an excitement mixed with worry. Spirit is saying, just breathe in positive thoughts and light energy and breathe out that worry. It's not necessary. You're so guided and so loved. So many ancestors. So many ancestors are wanting to be heard. They're like singing, listen more often to things than to beings. Listen to your thoughts. Listen to the sounds of nature. Listen to your heart. Get out of your head. Stop listening to other people. Some people are projecting on you. Breathe into that. And release anybody's self-imposed impressions or thoughts about you or how you should be or who you should be. And as you inhale, see the faces and feel the love of everyone who has supported you and loved you along your journey unconditionally. See your higher self. Your higher self is you, carefree, without the binds of society. Feel the element of air. That element of air will help you to feel free, like blowing through your hair or blowing through your clothing or around your body. I just got a sense of air. Spirit is saying bodies of water, natural spaces. Need to be close to nature. Ancestors are saying get closer to nature. It's going to be very important that we know nature very well in the coming years, so we know what to expect from her. Yeah. You're being guided. Spirit's saying you have nothing to worry about. Worries will arise, of course. That's human nature. But you are safe. Excuse me for that. I'm so sorry. Taking a deep breath through your mouth. Let it out slowly. And as you let it out, just feel yourself relax some more. Tensions are just going down into Mama Earth. She's taking another deep breath. Filled with light energy. Exhale. And just release any last bits of tension. Taking another deep breath through your mouth. Slowly exhale as you return to the space you're in. Start to move your feet. Stretch if you have to. Give yourself a loving hug. Open your eyes. I hope that helped you guys get a little bit more relaxed. Okay. I hope that the messages that came through did resonate for you. And enjoy the rest of today. You have coming up in about 10 minutes, Liebe Außen. You're welcome.
Allow it to move into every cell of your being. Or if you may fear, stress, worry, concern, emotionally, all that is left is your light and your love and peace. And in this moment, gather around the earth with me. And begin to join hands in a circle around the earth. And open your heart. And feel that love flooding into you and out through you onto the earth. There's a place that could use extra love and this peace and this care. Pour into them. Together we stand united. Together we stand as one. Together we rise into love. We lift and raise the standard of peace to reign on earth. From my heart to yours.
Things that maybe that you're not fully, huh? It just happened. Okay. Sorry.
No worries. Had to click record. Sorry.
Oh,
There you
no
go.
problem. All right. Well, I'm glad that wasn't recorded anyway because I couldn't talk. So we're going to look at some aspects of the strength card that may or may not be immediately present in like a basic reading. They're like when you sit down and connect with the card, they're kind of the more nuanced elements of the card. So the first thing I did was just dug through a couple decks, and I have 3 different images of the strength card. So card number 8 in the major arcana, 8 connecting to revolution and transformation and infinity. And what I see in this card is a major paradigm shift. If you look at this card to me is about intimacy and kind of unpredicted possibilities. You know, we think of it as strength, like finding your inner strength, building fortitude, but there's so much more here. If you look at the card, usually the card will depict a lady and a lion. And if you think about it, in no sort of natural reality should what's happening be happening, right? Like lions are not meant to be hugged by women. Women generally don't just hang out with lions. So they've both had to take kind of a risk in order to get into this position. A lion sees a woman and goes, you know, I think I'm going to eat her. I think that would be probably the swiftest way to a resolution to this weird situation. And the woman as a human being might want to kill the lion or run away. And so in a lot of ways, this card speaks to the fight or flight response that we have when we encounter a new situation. Right, does that make sense? The choice to engage, to embrace, to step closer, to move into softness rather than defense or attack is depicted in this card. And so when this card comes up, it reminds you that you have sort of the options that are going to naturally arise and naturally show up for you. But if you take a breath and you go, what could I do differently? What could I do in a new way? What could I do that's unexpected? You end up with this possibility that maybe no one's ever thought of before, or maybe that you've never done before. And then once we start moving in ways that we haven't moved before, we create for ourselves possibilities and options and opportunities that we haven't imagined yet. And so that to me is what the strength card is about. And, you know, in the most basic way, it's about patience. It's about kind of calming down. A lot of times I get this card and it's just about, you know, chill, just take a break, take a breath, slow down. It, you know, instead of responding with reactivity to ourselves or to others, we can respond with compassion and calmness and kindness and restraint. And I think for a lot of us, especially those of us that are really sensitive, that's a nice, often very necessary reminder, right? I love this card. Sometimes I get just totally captivated by the energy of it. The method of tarot that I teach and that I work with is called the Tarot Within. And it's the idea I think we're all this kind of reader where it's not about predicting the future. It's not about locking ourselves into something. It's about using the tarot, using the cards, using oracle cards, using our intuition as a method of connecting more deeply with the aspects of ourselves. So when we, for instance, pull the strength card, what I do, I call it visionary inquiry. For every card, there's a visionary inquiry that we can do, which is asking ourselves some questions and just seeing what pops up internally, intuitively. And if you think about like your life, most of the problems that you have come from how you are interacting with yourself. And when we look at the strength card, we are the lion and we are the lady. We are both. So as you connect with this card and, you know, pick any version of the images. Is it okay? Can you see it okay? There's the Rider-Waite that we're familiar with and the Morgan Greer. I forgot the name of that one. If anybody knows, you can put it in the chat. So when this card comes up, there is a little bit of a struggle going on. There is, there's some conflict that can be resolved differently than it seems like on the surface. So that's the first thing to know, is that like, just slow down, calm down, take a breath. It's not as bad as it seems. And it also is a little kind of mirror back that says, hey, are you like about to yell at someone? Do you need to eat? You know, is there some moment that you could take to just settle down a little bit? And it's not about like quieting or like shutting something down. If you look at the cards, it's more of again, it's a gentle embrace. It's not a stop that, quit that. Because I think a lot of the times, for those of us that are sensitive especially, we've been taught that we need to like restrain ourselves. How many times as kids were we told we needed to settle down? You're too much. That's a lot for right now. Be quiet. Chill out. You know, lots of us learned that we're too big, we're too much, we just need to stop it. We need to sit down and be quiet. And, you know, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I know I got that a lot. Marcy, why am I hearing you over everyone else? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. And so we learned that in order to be accepted, in order to like be allowed to exist, we had to shut it down. We had to really just, and that doesn't feel good. So the idea of like taming our energy or like moving in with more subtlety, moving with more quiet, feels like it's in line with that shutting down place. And the thing is, there is a way that we can move that is graceful and that is smooth and that isn't like too big or too much, you know, and finding that line is tough because we don't want to be shutting ourselves down. We don't want to be like feeling like we're just acting like less than we are. But we also do not need to come at 700% everywhere we go, everything we do all of the time. You know, I love Maya Angelou talked a lot about being a lady and how we don't need to yell. We don't need to like bust it out all the time. And the strength card really gives us a kind of a template for how to find that space. So looking at the two characters, again, you are the lady and you are the lion. And it depicts the sort of the battle with the part of ourselves that would love to tell someone to just fuck right off. Excuse me. It's the part of ourselves that just, you know, when someone says something stupid, we want to say, you know, that's really stupid. Don't say that to me. It's the part of ourselves that when we're losing at a game of checkers, maybe wants to throw the board off the table. It's the part of ourselves when someone tells us about ourselves, we want to tell them about them. And that does not always get us the result that we want, whether in our relationships or at work or on the phone with the AT&T guy. You know, and so finding gentleness and softness in a real authentic way. It's not about pretending to be nice. It's not about being like sweet and quiet when the person that we're talking to really does need to hear something else. It's finding a way to be authentic and real and connected still, because the lion in a lot of ways represents our power and it's our beast, you know, it's our beast mode self inside. And learning what we can really see from the cards, if you look at them, you know, she's not sitting on his head and, you know, knocking him down. She's not tying him up. She's, you know, she's just loving and embracing him. So there's something in this card that really speaks to what happens when we engage and embrace and love and protect that thing that we're so tempted to shut down or that other people would feel much more comfortable with if we shut it down. And yeah, it can be, that energy is a lot, and it is scary for people, and it's out loud. You know, if you think about a lion roar, what that transmits to us when you hear it. And there is a temptation to just go, shh, stop. But to use this card as a template really helps us understand, oh, like the thing that we want to push away, if we instead say, come here, there's a whole new set of possibilities for us. And that's what we want. Like that, you know, those of us that are transformational healers, those of us that are transformational beings, we just want new possibilities. We want to have more than just the sort of exhausted list of possibilities that we already know about, the things that we've already done. And part of this is moving out of the thing that is dominant, the thing that is biggest, the thing that is most wins kind of mentality. And the idea that gentleness can overcome force. The idea that patience can overcome stridence. And that's, again, we're creating new possibilities because we kind of know the math, and it's like the bigger one wins, the faster one wins, the tougher one wins. And what the strength card tells us is that that's not always the case, that can go an entirely different way. So those are some ideas to play with when you get this card in a reading. It counsels a time where kind of direct, immediate, off the cuff, shoot from the hip action is not the best move. And then gives us some ways to look at what might be a better move then, because it seems like I need to do something. It really counsels not operating from impatience, and certainly giving ourselves a space to not operate from fear and to come from a different place. And usually if we're not operating from fear, we're operating from love. So if we can overcome the kind of urge to just react and take a breath, that's where we get this possibility of embrace. So we create a major paradigm shift, right? We're used to fight or flight. Something is coming at us. We're feeling threatened. What are the think about, because our nervous system gets engaged in such a way, is pause, embrace, welcome. Ooh, my internet connection is unstable. Well, yeah, I know. But yeah, there's this place where instead we can kind of engage and welcome what is coming at us. And actually, what is it? I think it's Alberto Villoldo has a story about being in Peru and being held up or something. And instead of like kind of fighting with the person that was trying to steal his wallet, he's just, oh, do you need money? Like, you know, and I'm sure all of us have had those moments, because we're the kind of sort of out of the box thinkers that do this sort of thing, where when someone is wanting to fight with us, to just agree with them or just kind of share their point of view and come back with come back at them with their own point of view, because we don't need to polarize. And that's another thing that this card is teaching us, is that the thing where we go into someone's presenting something to us, and then we come back with the opposite, or the sort of complementary energy. There's this, it's a much more judo, it's a much more kung fu, it's a much more art of war, martial arts move to do the unexpected. And that's another piece of the strength card that I feel like gets overlooked quite a bit, is that there is this unexpected, impossible interaction happening. Because if the lion behaved like a lion, he would either run away or eat the lady. If the lady behaved like a lady, she would either run away or kill the lion. When each of them can take a breath, and we're putting a lot of conscious thought onto the lion in this, but when each of them can take a breath and take a risk, each of them becomes different. Each of them becomes a different being, right? When the woman says, hang on a second, let me just see what I can do here. When the woman says, maybe I don't need to retaliate, maybe I don't need to be harmful. Maybe I don't need to operate from the lowest part of my nervous system. Let's see what happens. She is, one, learning a new thing about herself, and in that moment becoming different. Similarly, the lion becomes an entirely different creature. And in that, they both learn that the other is not who they thought, and that they themselves are not who they thought. And that's another beautiful, my favorite lesson in the Strength card. It's really about, it's a type of intimacy that we are all looking for, all wanting, all kind of not sure how to get, because it really involves behaving in a way that doesn't make any sense. It's doing the opposite thing. Like, we're given two options when our nervous system gets activated. We get a stimulus, our nervous system goes, go after it, get away from it. Go after it, get away from it. And the idea that we could stop for a second, do something else, it changes our neurochemistry. It changes the way that our brain and body respond to stress. And learning, I know for me now that, like, when I have a bad day, I know that the first thing I'm going to do is breathe extra. It's like starting at the beginning of the day. I know, like, if I wake up not feeling good, instead of that just being like a boulder going down a hill, which it absolutely used to do, it could start with one day and then it would be like weeks at a time, just in depression, in anger, in just agitation, really easily bothered. But knowing, like, oh, look at me. I woke up, I'm feeling off. Let me just take a second. Let's invite this feeling in. What is this? I learned this year during COVID, I learned a new meditation technique called Welcome to the Party, which is, as you're sitting, anything that shows up, you welcome it to the party. And I love the idea of myself as a party. First of all, just me and my consciousness, my body, us, all of us, we are a party. So when we have an ache or a pain or a fear or a sadness or a whatever, welcome it to the party, because we got a party going on. And like, you're frustrated, you're hungry, you're tired, you're scared, well, you can come to the party too. And I love that. I love the feeling that we don't have to be perfect, and no parts of us have to be perfect to be allowed to come to the party. And the truth is, they're at the party anyway, like whether we want them or welcome them or not. But think of the difference. And it's a similar energy to this Strength card energy, right? When you invite it in, because it's coming anyway, but we can befriend it. And that is the lesson of this card for me. So when I get this card in a reading, I don't necessarily go into all of this, but I do know that what it means is that myself or my client is having an opportunity to experience the world in a new way, and probably needs to start with a little bit of let's calm down, let's take a deep breath, let's take it nice and easy, let's simmer, let's settle. And I have a joke, or I don't know if it's a joke, but my friend and I always say that, like, the worst thing you can say to a person that needs to calm down is to calm down. It's like in all of English language, it might be the least effective statement you can make. Just calm down. I would if I could. Don't tell me what to do when I can't. But it is, I love the idea that, like, embracing the thing in the moment will help you calm down. So instead of trying to calm down, because when we're trying to calm down, we're trying to like suppress or push away or like contain, we're trying to do something to change something. But if we engage, if we stop trying to change it, it creates the opportunity for the thing to change itself, because nobody wants to be agitated. Nobody actually wants to be agitated. People might really seem like it. Sometimes you got to wonder. But truly, nobody wants to be, I don't know, an asshole. Nobody wants to be that way. And just speaking as a person that's like gone through a lot and like can be kind of spiky and, but when someone says, oh, just be nice or just take it easy or just relax. I have a friend right now who his pet peeve is when people say, oh, just relax and be in the flow. Because his answer is, yeah, I know. I would if I could. I'm trying. Like, I obviously don't get it, do my best. But the strength card gives you a different look at that idea, because it's not about making things stop. It's about, okay, I see that things are as they are. And usually once something's allowed to be the way it is, it's not pushing so hard anymore, whether that's a part of ourself or another person, it's, think of someone, and we all know these people, or we are these people, that like when someone is telling them to be another way, all they're going to do is be the way that you don't want them to be. Or, you might be doing that yourself. But if we just, like, I have a friend where his life is always a mess. There's always some kind of problem. There's always some kind of issue. But when we talk, it's like, I just kind of expect that when we are having a conversation, and it becomes kind of a non-issue. I'm never going to try to tell him to make better choices because he can't. And what I found is that he seems to feel very comfortable. Like, everyone tells him to make better choices. Everyone is encouraging him to do, if someone telling him to do those things caused him to do those things, he would have had a much easier time long, long ago. But when I talk to him, I just understand that he's going to make the choices he makes, and he's going to have the problems he has. And occasionally we'll enjoy having a friend patience to sort of deal with the wild energy. If you think of the lion as that kind of wild, potentially unstable, kind of viscerally driven, volatile aspect of ourselves, instead of trying to pretend like that is not who we are, it's in all of us. Some of us more than others, some of us kind of more readily kind of at the forefront of things. But then we can kind of know it, and we can embrace it, we can go with it, and it's not going to be a struggle, it's not going to be a fight, it's just going to be how it is and what it is. So how do we work with this stuff? How do we work with it? What I like to do is, we've got kind of this internal conflict, we've got this delicate, gentle part of ourselves, refined, graceful, polite, has manners, knows how to act in public, puts on a dress and wears eyeliner, that part of ourselves. Does our hair and goes to dinner parties and puts a napkin on their lap, right? We've all got that part of ourselves somewhere along the way. Knows how to not swear for 10 minutes at a time, or just doesn't yell in the airport, or whatever appropriate behavior you've got. Yes. And then we've also got, this, sorry, it's just funny. we've got this, the powerful, unrefined, impossible to tame, vibrant, wild woman, wild man inside of us. And I think all of us are kind of those two, for many of us, especially if you're sensitive, especially if you're in kind of healing mode, there, like, that is a little bit of a battle that's going on all the time. So, you know, you might have called your insurance and it's like, we need the polite mannered, able to speak part of us to run the show during that call. They might not always be able to do that, but that's what we need to call that forth. The patient, the part of us that says, listen, I know that you didn't make this policy, but this is not working for me. That, like, the part of us that can say that, that can find that, the part of us that has compassion for the person that's on the other end of the phone and knows that, like, even though every single thing they are saying is so stupid, they don't need to hear that from us. It's not going to get us anywhere, and it's not kind or compassionate when we're dealing with them. So one of the things that's happening is that sort of like, let's call it refinement and wildness. Those will be the two characters, right? So we've got our refinement and our wildness, and there's a kind of constant archetypal battle going on inside of ourselves between them. Yes, are we agreed on that as a kind of a starting point? And so what I want you to do for this, like I said, it's called visionary inquiry. And the idea is that we sit and ask ourselves a series of questions. We ask ourselves what's showing up, and we take note of the pictures and images that come up. And I feel like everyone in this room can very easily do this without a long, drawn out meditation period. I think we can all just pop right there. We'll do a little bit of a meditation, and then we're going to work with our inner strength card, our inner strength archetype. Okay. So go ahead and close your eyes and take a big, deep breath. And the first thing you might notice is even just a little bit of impatience with this process. That is your lion. That is your wildness, you know? Just take a big, deep breath and feel it. Feel the part of you that's like, oh, geez, another meditation. I don't need someone to tell me how to meditate. I can do this. Just take a breath. And feel like, just feel how alive you are. You can feel your heart beating. You can feel like a vibration that moves through your body. And there's a part of you that can also sit still, keep your eyes closed, and take a big, deep breath in through your nose. And both of those things are happening all the time at the same time. And again, they're sort of like, we each meet with more or less success in the engagement of these two aspects of ourselves, and more or less a success at different times. You know, those interactions where you come away and you're like, oh, why did I yell at that person? Oh, I don't know. I hope I'm not the only person. Actually, it would be nice if I am the only person that yells at people that don't deserve it, but I'm guessing I'm not the only person that goes through that. All right, so take a breath, and we're going to just bring your attention to the base of your spine, to your seat on the seat, to the weight of yourself. And from the base of your spine, you're probably familiar with this, go ahead and drop a grounding cord and feel yourself just sitting solidly on the ground or on the chair or on the floor or on the whatever. And when the strength card comes up, it always is really nice to move into that grounded space. It's a nice kind of sign that that grounded space would be good for you. There, beautiful. And this is that kind of right in that middle zone where you can feel bright and alive and vibrant and full and here. And you're just sitting calmly breathing. So this is sort of the personification of that archetype. To be able to sit in meditation, to sit and breathe. And there's no like wildly intense restraint that you're having to use. There's just a gentle place of calm and ease. But you're not sleeping, you're not resting, right? There's a vigilance and an aliveness and if you had to get up and run out of the room real quick right now, you probably could do that without too much trouble because you're here and you're aware and you're vigilant. So take a breath. And so if you have a specific situation right now where there's a fight or a disagreement, or you just can't get along with that person, you know, it might be your partner, it might be a coworker, it might be a part of yourself, it might be your kid's teacher, who knows. If you have a situation you want to bring that to mind and just sort of parse through a specific situation, you can do that. And if you just want to try this out and see if anything comes or see what you get, you can do that as well. I think since we're here and you've got a specific if you've got a specific situation, you have an opportunity to kind of reframe it, then you might as well. Another way that you can utilize this particular technique is if you've got something that you're feeling very impatient about, something that you know kind of patience would be good and it just isn't coming, you just don't have it. That would be another situation to kind of call in and approach from here. So you're just going to start by taking a couple of breaths. And I want you to picture the lion. Picture the lion. Where is the lion? And take a note of, first of all, what does the lion look like? Is it a cute lion? Is it a little lion? Is it a big lion? Is it disheveled? Is it bleeding, cut, tired, angry? Just what's going on with the lion? Where is the lion? That you bump into every now and then? Is this lion like just please stay away from me, I'm terrified of lions and I hate them, get away from, you know, just what is the lion kind of, what's the general sort of what kind of shape is the lion in, and what is your general relationship to that lion? How do you feel about the lion? So start there. And take a note, you know, what's the posture of the lion? Is it up like that? Is it resting? Is it, again, I keep seeing lions that have maybe cuts on them, or, and how old is that lion? Is it a young lion? Is it an old lion? Is it just, and you're not judging this. This is not the place where we're making any assessments about the lion, right? So the difference between observing the lion and making note of any kind of overt visuals is one thing. Deciding that this is a bad lion, we're not doing that right now. We're just observing, we're just kind of taking a look. And we can imagine that we're here as kind of a angelic mediator between the lion and the lady, right? So if they're having any trouble with their relationship, we bring our awareness to it to help them both along, because we know that the end game is this beautiful embrace, this absolutely beautiful connection. They might not know that right now, and it's not something that we can force, but we can keep that in our sort of heart and in our awareness that there's a connection here, there's a possibility here, and we're facilitators, and we facilitate by our awareness. So take a look at that lion. And I just want you to kind of, is there anything that that lion needs? You know, I have this image of this lion. And that's what I'll do is I'll share with you the lion that comes up. I keep seeing this lion having just, it's been a little battered. And it feels like a lion that's been in like a circus or a traveling show, like a freak show, or like it's been brought around and like, oh, the fearsome lion, everybody be aware of the fearsome lion. And it's got little cuts on its head. His mane, like, which would normally be beautiful, is like missing chunks from it. It's just a little battered, and it's also been kind of reputationally maligned, you know, like, oh, and like they've made it kind of like the way of fighting dogs or fighting roosters, you know. They've made this lion be more aggressive. Like, he's not aggressive, he's soft and sweet and gentle. And there's just been this kind of constant push to make this lion fight and be more aggressive than he is. So let's just take a look. And your lion might look different, but I do think I'm looking at the lion for all of us. So we're gonna let that lion, what does that lion need? First of all, I see water. Just kind of some, and water is emotion. Water is, I mean, sometimes literally water. But flow and ease and connection to source. And also, just if you think about tending to a lion and starting with the most basic need that any creature has is, let's give it some water. Let's give it, like, you know, just tend to what it requires to be well. And it also feels like it could be washed, it could be cleaned, it could be again, it's kind of cuts can be bathed. All right, and then let's look at, so we'll let the lion sit there for a while. We'll let the lion get the water and the love that it needs. And I want you to now, let's tune in with the lady. And I think that we're all women here, but even if we're working with men, we would say, and I'll share with you the lady that I see. One, I see her on this kind of like stiff, high chair, and she's not quite like on a throne, but she's definitely in an uncomfortable chair. And has this, let's see, what does she look like? What's she doing? She's sitting on the chair and she is pretending or feeling like she's supposed to be repulsed by the lion. She knows she's expected to like go, oh, I was so scared of this lion. She knows that that's like what's proper for her. And the expectation for her is that she wouldn't like this. And there is this, like, there's a squeamishness that she's experiencing around the lion that is partly, you know, like, oh, they're like, the lion's big and there's a lot going on. One, she sees right through the sort of stage story of the lion as really fearsome. And she's actually very intrigued and compelled by the lion. And that bothers her because she's not supposed to be, right? Like the some kind of social contract that she goes, oh my, I'm afraid. And she knows that that thing in her that wants to go toward the lion is not going to be received well by the people around her. And so she hates that. She hates that there's this kind of innate thing that's drawing her in one direction that's going to cause a lot of problems for her socially, politically, whatever. If she goes in the direction that she is naturally called toward, there's a lot of potential judgment or being outcast, or who knows what could happen if she kind of betrays this social expectation that she would be afraid or want to harm it. So let's just talk to her for a second. Take a breath. And again, this is probably not the lady that you're seeing, but it is the lady that I'm seeing, and I'll share. So let's see. Let me see if there's anybody else's ladies that are showing up. Well, I do see a couple ladies that would just immediately be like, get this lion out of my face. There is one that I'm seeing where it just looks like this is her pet lion, and she thinks it's really funny that we're even having this conversation, because she's like, yeah, I know about the lion. I'm good on the lion. Thanks. It's not that deep. You know, so let's see about the ladies. It feels like the thing that the ladies that we see, that, you know, in general, the archetype of this lady is just either permission to behave in the way that feels good to her, or permission to not care what other people think. Either way, right? So, and one or the other, we can kind of channel that inside of ourselves, I think. So, all right, so you have the lion and you have the lady. Okay. So the next questions, and I do this in every reading, is whether it's for the querent, whether it's for the, you know, aspects of the cards that come up, the questions I love to ask is, how is she doing? How is he doing? And what does she need? What does he need? So how's the lion doing? What does he need? We got that. How's the lady doing? And she seems a little all over the place. You know, there's a lot going on for the lady. So what does she need? And immediately what comes up is she needs to talk. She has a lot going on. She has a lot, like a lot of feelings, a lot of like not expectations, but impressions, a lot of, just a lot that she's sensing and aware of. And her sort of version of restraint is not sharing the things that she sees and the things that she notices. So she needs to talk. So anyone on here, if that feels like I'm talking about you, if it feels like connected to you in some way, starting a journal or continuing a journal or going further with your journal would be a really good idea. That just the need to go on and on and on and on and on and let something be said. And well, give me 1 second. I'm going to get my own water. I need a water. Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, the giving some space to this part of you that just needs to get it out would be really, really nice. So you have the lady. She's doing okay. She's all over the place a little bit. The lion feels a little sad, a little tired, a little unlion-like. And the lion needs kind of care and a little bit of rehab almost. And it feels like we're speaking like universal archetypes, where this is what's going on, I think, in the world right now, right? We've all been in fight or flight for so long. It's interesting, I've been spending a lot of time with my mother in the last year. And she was born in 1954. And what I'm finding from that generation is that everyone is in fight or flight and not allowed to acknowledge it, not allowed to even connect with it. There's just push through. And the strength card is about not pushing through in that way. It's about taking a second and saying, hold up, hold up, hold up. And slowing down and being able to say, sometimes I have a need. You know, what I've been learning is that to even kind of cop to having a need, let alone admitting or acknowledging what that need is, or letting someone else meet that need, or having that need be seen, like the vulnerability that comes up, like that's all just too much. And so we just pretend that no one has needs. She doesn't have needs. I don't have needs, certainly. And everybody just kind of pushes through and carries on. The strength card is when we engage and embrace the fact that, yeah, as humans, every single one of us has needs every moment of the day. And there's nothing wrong with it. Which, I mean, on one hand should be really easy to connect with and understand, but that's like one of my favorite sayings is, in theory and practice are the same thing. And in practice, they're very different, right? So theoretically, yeah, of course we all have needs. That's obvious. Everybody knows that. And then in reality, the intense amount of vulnerability, having a need, because as soon as we have a need, that means that we are connected to others and reliant on others, which means we're not entirely self-sufficient, which means that it's like we have to be available to other people, which immediately just everything about me is now laid out. And I'm, you know, kind of all of my armor is off. And I'm kind of handing myself over to you. And we're not really doing that, but that's what it can feel like. That's what it's immediately going to feel like. So again, kind of coming back to the strength card, when we embrace that rather than reject or deny or ignore or pretend otherwise, when we really just kind of get in there, that's what we want. Yes, exactly. And so Michelle said also it can be a trauma response to having had little to no support during crisis consistently through life. Yes. And I would not even say also, I'd say, yes, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. 100%. That, like, I think any, right, fight or flight is our response to a threat. It is our response to trauma. And I love that this card gives us a map to responding differently to trauma. And what we're learning about trauma is that when we engage it and when we connect it, we can't kind of dance around it. We can't push it away. We can't ignore it. We can, but not for too long, right? Like that's not the healing response to anything, as much as, you know, and it just kind of seemed like it was. And mostly, you know, we don't feel like we have the tools to engage with our trauma or to have, like, you know, trauma is when we have an experience that is too much for our system to respond to. And so when we like find new ways to work with that trauma, we find new healing avenues. And then again, we find sort of new versions of ourselves. And that can be hard. Just the idea that we're different than we thought. I've spent the last year recovering from brain surgery, going through cancer treatment. And I was laughing the other day because I've spent like kind of the 2 decades before that, doing a lot of like self-work and figuring out who I am, all, you know, the stuff that you do in your 20s and 30s, where you kind of figure out who you are and you figure out how you tick and you figure out how you operate. And I've been laughing because through the tumor and the surgery, most of the things that I've discovered over the last 20 years are completely, they're not irrelevant, but it's not accurate anymore. And so it's like, wow, I spent all that time figuring these things out only for them to not be the same anymore. You know, I have all these stories about who I am and what matters to me and what causes this response and what creates this reaction. And to just kind of have to scrap most of it is hilarious. Really, really funny to me. Anyway, so let's see where we're at with does anybody want to talk about your own lion and lady and see does anybody want to share? You don't have to, absolutely, this is your personal kind of interior, so you're not pushed to share at all. But if you're seeing something weird or you're seeing something curious or you're seeing something you're like, I don't know what the lion needs, they're digging a hole in the ground, you know, whatever. I would love to hear, or you can type it in the chat about your lady and your lion, what they're doing. And so who is this? Tiffany. Yeah, Tiffany, why don't you, if you want to share, and you can come on, I think, or you can just type it in the chat and I'll share it with other people. I don't know how it works.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I have had, as a healer, and I do a lot of the healing work where as a channel, like I bring messages to my clients and stuff like that. But I find as a coach, I struggle with the impatience of them not clicking with their ego and them not clicking and like sticking with it.
Nope.
So yes, this and everything about the lion and the lady, it's like, I'm the bridge between the lion and the lady, where the lion is the ego and the lady is the person. I don't want to, the lady's like, hey, I don't want to cause any ripples. Like, I want to have this prominent pedestal that I built for myself in life. And to acknowledge this lion is to admit that, you know, I like it. I like this lion and stuff like that. So.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's so clear. Like, I'm seeing your lion kind of like a dog with a rope toy and just like wanting to like toss things around and sort of make a splash and just, you know, do this thing. And the lady's trying to sort of pretend like the lion is a lot more chill and a lot more tame and well-behaved than he is.
Licking his hand and just being like soft and cuddly.
Like, cute and like, look at mine. And the lady like loves this idea that this is her pet lion. And as much as that is kind of the case, it's not. Like, it's not. And the thing is, so think of the strength card, right? So one thing is that your like healing power and your intuition is so much bigger than you are like ready for. Like there's the cultivated part of you, and then there's like what your actual intuition, like there's your coaching, and I want to call it like adorable, you know, relative to what moves through you and what moves you and what it like, they, you know, you have this like little pea-sized amount of training, and then this massive, huge, enormous thing that comes through you and just rocks shit, excuse me.
Yes.
And the thing is, it's when you're working with a client, that's not even your thing, that's their thing.
Yes.
So it's like you're right in the middle, they're here, and there's this massive bomb that kind of goes through you, and then you're there kind of like responding to you as though you're that thing. It's really like their big self kind of blasting through you, and then you're like, just calm down. You know, you just want them to like take this in. And I think for you, one of the biggest shifts that you can make is compassion, 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 compassion. When you're working with a client, where you get off in the wrong direction is thinking that there's something that you're supposed to do, and thinking that you've got like an end point with them, when really you're just sort of the lens or the portal that their self is just rocketing through.
Yeah, and I feel that.
And that's where just kind of taking a breath, and also, so practice, if you want, you know, what I would say with this image is practice not taking it personally when they're freaking out. So with the strength card and this idea of embracing, what I would do is when they get upset, yes, that's so good.
Yeah.
Like there's just the part of, it's the good girl part of us that we all have,
Mm-hmm.
that's like, oh, this person's mad, I must have done something wrong.
Right.
And so remember to just step aside, because what it means actually, when they're mad, something's getting activated and agitated. And I want you to practice in the moment with them where you get to say, hey, this is so good. It sounds like something's really getting built up in you. And that, like where you really embrace and really engage their lion, you see?
And this is literally what I've gotten. And I don't want to take too much time, because I really want to let everybody else get help. But just with that.
Yep.
Help me see that I get to see their lion. That's who I am. I see their lion and I get to help them bridge with it.
Yep. Perfect.
But thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. So I want to read what Michelle said. She stopped over my dad's yesterday, and he had on a television program on Discovery. A wounded and broken down male lion was being bullied by a group of hyenas. They were about to take him down. In crawls a female lioness, stealthy, quiet, no sound. Immediately, all the hyenas scatter. The male lion is now safe. Yeah, and that feels like if we put lioness, that's the engaged lady and lion, right? So when we add that fierceness to the feminine energy of receptivity, and that where, you know, that female energy, that's the high priestess energy, that's the empress energy. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to like happen or take place. And we're so used to this idea that we're supposed to do and do and do and make happen and work and take steps and, you know, all that, because we live in a patriarchal, imbalanced society that thinks, you know, that there's only doing an action and activity, that's what matters. I like, yeah, just be. And the being aspect of ourselves is our divine feminine. The doing aspect of ourselves is our divine masculine. And we need both, because, so I had this realization back 10 or 15 years ago, I did a Vipassana meditation. So that's 10 hours a day, 10 days of silent meditation. And I realized about 8 or 9 days in that I was just sitting there doing nothing. And it was the funniest, most like awesome, hilarious realization, because obviously it wasn't just doing nothing. I was going through major shifts and big transformations and having huge realizations. And then I kind of saw myself from outside, and I was like, oh, I'm just sitting here, like in a room. A similar experience I had, I was I'd taken some psilocybin mushrooms with a friend of mine, and I took them and he didn't. So I'm tripping, and I'm seeing like aliens and describing this. There was like a lion moving through the sky, and I'm, you know, having all these visions, and I'm telling my friend about them, and you know, like just having these like extraordinary experiences where I'm just blown away at this and that are happening. And then it hit me that like I was having a psychedelic experience, and I was having this big major thing. And my friend was just sitting in the dark with a girl who was on mushrooms. And it didn't take away from my experience at all. But it was good to remember that that's kind of how it is all the time, right? There's more than one thing happening that is equally valid for everyone that's experiencing it, you know? And my friend didn't feel like he wasn't having a bad time, you know? And his sort of more like sober state wasn't taking away from my experience. And that feels like the strength card too. When you can have two wildly opposed energies, experiences, human beings, you know, dynamics that find a place to meet in the middle. You know, and sometimes the strength card is simply, let me not kill this person. Dear God, let me not shoot this person right now. Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's like, you know what? Okay, what I need is to take a step away. I'm just gonna take a second. But when there is the moment, because it's not always right to step in and go, let me help you out, or can we get a little closer on this? You know, that's not always the strength energy that we're trying to channel. It's the strength card is being able to feel into it and take a second and kind of know what's needed and know what's right and know what works. Yeah. Is there anybody else that wanted to talk about their lady and their lion? Just before we wrap up. All right, let me see if we're going to talk to this lady and this lion. So we have the lady, she's kind of stiff. She feels very tall and very thin and like regal, but annoying. Like there's nothing that makes me want to be a queen when I see this lady. She's so like cold and stiff. So let's just see. And she likes the lion. All right, good. So the first thing that she has to do is understand that when she feels repulsed by the lion, she's really just scared because something in her is so excited about the lion. That feels good. And what she wants is to take care of it and to brush it and to, oh. So in this little story that's playing out, the lady is kind of rescuing the lion from the circus. And so that might be an instruction to all of us that the ways that we're succumbing to something that isn't appropriate for us, the ways that we are like taming ourselves, double check that anywhere that you're being more cultured, more cultivated, more, thank you, and time check, and we're wrapping up in just 1 second. Yeah, the way that we're, thank you, Tashi. The ways that we're kind of trying to fit into a box, all of us, maybe spend some time writing when you're done. It would be great to get out of that a little bit. So spend some time with that. Enjoy this process. You can definitely go more deep into this process. And also feel free to message me anytime. I love this work and I'd be happy to talk about it with you, because sometimes these images or visions, they pop up and it's like shocking or surprising or confusing, where it's like, well, the lion is trying to get inside the lady's suitcase and I don't know what that means. You know, you can explore that together. So thank you all so much. This was really fun. And enjoy and happy Lionsgate Portal. And
yay, same to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Thanks for having me, Amina.
Yay. All right, let's welcome in Michelle.
Hi, everyone. What an amazing, everything that's come before this. Let's just take a deep breath. Kind of close our eyes and just kind of allow everything that's come before in these last couple hours, just attach into that cellular memory a little bit. Stuff will come through and attach in subconsciously, stuff that you didn't even maybe see or cognitively attached to. So just taking that little bit of separation now and really letting that go. And then we'll just go ahead and come back to center. So I am a professional intuitive. I specialize in training other intuitives and developing them. And I have a tarot certification program. I am also an intuitive business strategist, which I love. It's like super fun to me. And I love public speaking. I love motivation. I love empowerment. I love connection, bringing people together with kind of that common thread that attaches us all. And so, when Amina came to us and, for this purpose, and we kind of, pick what we're going to do, I thought it's the perfect time to talk about ritual because it is a new moon. It is the opening of the Lionsgate portal. And yes, welcome to Grace. My daughter, Grace, is my VA. So she's popped in the chat. And so I really love to get interaction. If you're resonating with something, if something comes through to you, communicate with her and, she'll chat with you a little bit. And it actually, what it does for me as an intuitive is it opens up my channels into all your spirit guides. So at the end of this period of time that I'll be talking, I'll be doing some readings and I'll be channeling. And so by having Grace in the chat, it allows this conduit to open up for me to all of you. So I can get really clear messages and bring content that's specifically perfect for what we all need today. So, when we prepare something, I was telling them it's very hard to prepare because we don't really know everyone who's going to be here. And for me, because I'm so ethical, it's really important that I feel like I give to you what your spirit guides want you to know right now. And obviously it's Lionsgate. So the strength card is going to come up. What I think is fascinating for me is that, Lion has been like all over for me. Like I even said in the chat, I just pop over to my dad's. He's got the TV on and it's this lion. And I immediately attached to it. And I was like, oh geez, Lionsgate. It's showing me a mangled lion. I mean, that's my first knee-jerk reaction as someone who has, had experienced trauma and has kind of a fight or flight response, like maybe at the ready all the time. I see this mangled lion and I'm like, oh shit, it's going to be one of those. That's how it's going to be. And I just sat down for a moment and I'm like, okay. And I assessed it more. And this is when I saw, this situation taking place. And then here comes this healthy female lion. She stalks in like cats do. They get low. They kind of spread out, right? It's like, there's something about the feline nature where it kind of expands and contracts to meet the needs of the environment, but also, they can absorb or release temperature, like they can hang out and all different kinds of temperatures. And so when you think about the lion, here she comes in, the male lion's all kind of battered and mangled, but this female comes in and she's smooth and she's cool. And she's low, she gets low, and there's no sound. But all of those hyenas who are in this kind of chaotic frenzy stop. All she has to do is be present. All she has to do is be there, right? It's like when your mother, this was my mom. Like my mom, if there was some shit going down She would literally, and I look just like her, so I can see myself in the video. She would do this with her glasses, and she would just look at you, and immediately, boom, you get yourself together, you get yourself composed, because it's time to pay attention. And that's what I felt, you know. And so there's the duality. The duality of life is coming into play. The lion's not just the lioness swooping in to save the day like the females always do. I'm just going to say it because I'm supposed to. But then here's this battered, mangled guy who's like sickly looking, and you know, he does, you know, then there's that part of you that wants to care for him and recoup him. But she doesn't do anything to him. She just shows up. They scatter. Suddenly he trots off. You know, I think that there's that duality of strength and the lack of strength, and health and the lack of health. You know, I think it exists in the woman too, when you think about the card. You know, she is the fierce, you know, the one that has to be, you know, the Amazon woman who fights with weapons sometimes to survive. I mean, each and every one of us know as a woman what it's like to walk out the door every day. Like, we have to be prepared for being preyed on. And my daughter and I talk about this all the time. She's very much a feminist, 21 years old, going into, you know, she's in college. She's being immersed in social justice and all of this information. And she brings in this like huge female energy. And me moving into the crone, I feel myself more coming out of that. But what I see in her is like, here's this next generation coming in, right? And so as the crones, we need to be that lion. We need to be her. We need to be healthy. We need to be strong. We need to be there to back it up, you know, kind of when the shit's hitting the fan. All we have to do is be present. Like, that's the messages that are coming in right now. So in my fashion, that's kind of what I do. Is spirit comes in, I kind of like let it go. It's like I'm dropping off the groceries at the counter, and then I get back into my organized plan, right? And I wanted to talk about ritual. The fact that we're doing this is us engaging in a ritual. You know, number one, there's this extremely strong feminine container that's happening here right now, just really potent, that I've been feeling, and I want to celebrate that. And I feel that we need more of that, not only as intuitives, but as strong females. We need the connection, the community. When we're able to do that, that is a grounding in itself. That is a filling of the cup in itself. Then we are able to support all the entities in our lives, both male and female, and the energies within ourselves as well. So ritual in terms of manifestation, this is a catchword that's happening all over, right? Manifestation. People are starting to figure things out. They're allowing themselves to feel more, which is why they're figuring it out, because manifestation is about feeling. Now, when I want to address about ritual, you know, what's the difference? What's the difference between ritual and habit? You know, a habit, you kind of, you know, you roll out of bed, you do in that first like 15 minutes of your waking day is habit, usually. You know, it's typically the same thing. But, you know, later on during the day, I mean, it could be in the morning, you're like, oh my gosh, did I brush my teeth? Did I brush my teeth? Yeah, I did brush my teeth. But that's habit. Habit is like, there's not really a cognitive attachment to a habit. That's what makes the difference between habit and ritual. Ritual, there is a plan for what you're going to do. There is a purpose. So I have tried all kinds of things over the years when it comes to manifestation, and the direct key into manifestation, and Allison talked about it, is gratitude. The key to make gratitude work is that you have to enable the feeling every single day. And, you know, for those of us that pick up on everybody else's feelings, sometimes feelings can be untidy. And it can be a lot of energetic work to do that, to put yourself in that place every day. But it really does make your life quite magical. And so if you can take the word ritual and attach the word magical to it, it makes it more exciting. It makes it less of a thing, a chore, less of a list on the things to do. You get more excited about doing it. You look forward to it. And so I always want to break it down in like the actual literal terms of what the word is. Ritual means a religious or solemn ceremony consisting of a series of actions performed according to a prescribed order. You know, and then it also goes on to being talked about as an adjective relating to or done as a religious or solemn rite. So when we're tapping into our spirituality, when we're opening up our crown chakra, just the act of having ritual is what opens that up. Now, when you add something else to it, like a divinatory practice, you know, using cards, using runes, using, oh my goodness, there's so many different things, right? You can using your pendulum even. You know, I feel that there needs to be a few components to really make magic. I feel it needs to happen either at the very beginning of the day or at the very end of the day. And it really depends on the individual. Personally, I have had a lot of trauma in my life. I am prone to negative thought patterns. I am prone to negative mindset. I work extremely diligently and have for probably the last 30 years at my mindset. And I have found all kinds of really cool tips and tricks. So the actual act of when you wake up, literally you have to be thankful you woke up. You know, as a widow, as someone who's lost their mother, has lost most of the family on my dad's side, I realize how precious life is. I realize what an extreme gift it is to wake up every day, to be able to walk, to be able to take a deep breath. You know, these are some things that some people, they are not given these gifts. And so when you wake up, literally being thankful you woke up, literally being thankful that you can walk from, you know, your bed to the bathroom, your bed to the kitchen, whatever it is. It has to start in the most small foundational places, and then you allow it to grow. But always coming back to the foundational places. So because it's new moon, I have this kind of ritual that I'm offering up to you guys. I'm going to kind of give it to you in these pieces, right? So I want you to come up with 10 things, and I'm going to show you. I have done mine. I do mine periodically. I literally, because I'm a geek about everything. I typed them up. I put them in plastic sleeves because I have all of these office supplies left over from my mother. And so I had a whole box of these plastic sleeves. And I've literally every day I read through these because they remind me of my goals. They remind me of the goals I'm working on. So usually it's around the new moon or the full moon. I look back at them, and sometimes I rewrite them. I take things away, whatever. So I wrote these at the full moon. And I love them. I like them the way they are. There's different parts of them. So you're going to write a statement about what you're grateful for, about your health and your body. You're going to write something about your career and your work. Now, if you're retired, it can be like, there's still life's purpose remaining. So it can be my life's purpose. It can be money. It needs to be about relationship. It needs to be about personal desires, material things, one of each of these areas. And this is where you can kind of have this experiment, right? To see, okay, if I do this practice for 2 months, if I do this practice for 8 weeks, let me see what happens. You know, a lot of religious challenges, periods of time where they go into deep thought process, sabbaticals, whatever. It's about 40 days. There's like a 40-day thing that goes way back throughout time. Actually, in one of my studies here in my research, it's from London. The University College in London proves that it takes an average of 66 days to form like new behavioral patterns. And that's why I say just 8 weeks, just do 8 weeks, give yourself a little bit of a challenge and see what happens. So if you write down, and I'm going to read to you one of mine so you can kind of see, okay, I'll read to you my personal desires. I'm so grateful and blessed to be able to travel, and that I have amazing souls who care for my pets when I'm away from home. I'm so blessed to be able to have a flexible schedule, allowing me to see friends and family often. I'm so blessed and grateful to have a magnificent home that I can host numbers of visitors easily. I'm blessed and grateful that my brother and his wife come and stay all the time. I'm so blessed and grateful to have a showplace of a home, wonderful for entertaining, but also for housing the epicenter of my work. I'm so grateful for the amazing pool and spa area, as well as luxurious top-of-the-line kitchen. I'm so grateful to be able to have other buildings on my property that allow me to host healing retreats and events. I'm blessed and grateful to have close proximity to a large body of water and beautiful trees and landscapes. I love my home so much, and I'm so fucking blessed and grateful for all of its beauty. I am so blessed beyond my wildest dreams. I'm blessed to be able to provide homes and shelter for those less fortunate. I'm grateful to be able to share my wealth with those less fortunate and those that have experienced hardships and need support and assistance. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so I read these out loud every day, because saying the words out loud, thank you, are what create that sound resonance, right? So this isn't just a couple lines that you write. You really put your heart into this. You are not only, you're being grateful for something that's coming, but you're feeling it now. And I know you've probably read this because it's written this way by all kinds of authors, but it really is as simple as that. You have to do that dreaming. All right. Like Amina was talking about, the daydreaming. That's what this is. There's so many parts of everything that we're talking about that I love how cohesive we've all become in this beautiful day. I want to celebrate that. So I want you right now to make a commitment that today for yourself, before you go to sleep, you're going to write out these statements, and maybe you're going to type them out. And at the end of each one, you're going to write, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then should you choose to take on this challenge for the next 8 weeks, every morning, you're going to read these out loud. And it can be kind of a challenge. I'm not going to lie. My daughter is not too far away. I don't always like her hearing me do stuff. You know what? I do it anyway. I put on some like thunder and rain on in the background, and I just read it to myself, because it really does change the vibration of your body. And literally things that I ask for will start coming. I mean, almost it's happened within seconds before. Now, in addition to this, right, you have these that you have them typed up, you have them written up, whatever. This is like your base foundation. And then that morning, you quick jot down the 10 things you're most grateful for right then in that moment. So right then in that moment, it can be something like, I'm so grateful for whatever it is. Now, I like to include other things. I like to include in I'll bring a crystal, I'll bring a warm beverage, like a cup of coffee. That's usually my go-to. Sometimes I'll do tea. Sometimes I'll do hot water with lemon. Something like that. Lighting a candle or having some kind of sacred fumigation, whether you're burning a resin. I love frankincense. I love myrrh. Myrrh smells amazing. Cedar smells really good. Maybe you want to use some aromatherapy oils, whatever, but getting in several different aspects of something that kind of titillates your senses, smell, taste, touch, the hot mug. Maybe you prefer cold, but getting the same things together. Now, one of my tarot decks that I used to use all the time, I had it wrapped up in a cloth. And part of opening up that cloth was also part of my ritual for myself every day. In fact, my cat, she knew every day, and she would want to lay on the freaking cloth. And so I started to teach her how to play fetch during that time, just to get her off my back, but not be mean to her. And so then she would start bringing me her fetch toys and laying on my cards. And what I started figuring out was that she was teaching me to be less serious when I was pulling cards. She was teaching me to find more play, to find more joy, to find more of a lighthearted approach to all of that. So I want you to watch your mindset as you're moving in through your ritual. So I pulled a few cards. I have so many just really amazing decks, and they all wanted to come out to play today. So while I was listening to several of you beforehand, I pulled out a couple decks that definitely wanted to come out, and I pulled a card already from them just to help with time. One of my favorite decks I have, I'm a medical intuitive. I was a body worker for about 20 years. I myself have pretty serious physical issues. Most of my spine is fused. I have hardware in there, a lot of steel. I am a yoga instructor in spite of it, and I owned a yoga studio for a while because it has kept me away from the medical community, and is why I'm still alive. The medical community said I would not live past my 30s. So I worked as a massage therapist for many years. I still do medical intuitive Thai yoga massage sessions. And my medical intuition is actually honing as I move into the crone phase. It's more developed. And so for almost every reading now, I've been pulling from my Wild Medicine Herbal deck. And it's this amazing deck. It's by Tamed Wild. It's not, I will tell you, it was one of my more expensive decks. There's not a lot for the money, but I love the messages. And so I use it all the time. The card that I pulled for everyone in this collective is Golden Seal. So the thing about Golden Seal is it's that immune support. And when I was tuning into the card, and I'm getting a lot of channeling right now too, as I'm talking about it. There's some lymphatic, somebody in this group needs some lymphatic drainage or attention. You can very easily Google like a map of the lymphatic system, and you'll kind of see they're like little pathways along the body. There's a heavy presence of them in, around the jaw, going down the throat, in the axillary, the armpit area, also kind of in the inner thigh, that inguinal area too. And so, I mean, you could very easily, like you can see, you see those gua sha drainage. They do this drainage. You can just take your hand and drain down the side of your jaw. But there needs to be a little bit of a lymphatic approach, a little bit of approach to gut health through probiotic or maybe some fermented foods. But this is really important. Like Spirit really wanted me to talk about this. Now, part of this might be because Amina has been sick this week. And so I might be picking up on her immune system, like pumping. But everybody here, and probably especially with what's happening collectively with the coronavirus, we need to be looking at this. Now, Golden Seal in particular, Works really well with echinacea. They'll often be in formulas together, tinctures, whatever. I want to just read for you a little bit of this. So it's also called liquid gold. So the historical medicinal uses here, indigenous Americans turned golden seal as both a digestive aid, but also for staining clothes and faces with the roots yellow dye, which I think is really cool. It's also a known bitter and has been used historically as a remedy for hemorrhoids and bowel syndromes, as well as skin washes. So it's administered through a tincture, a salve, or a tea. Now, there's also some ritual and lore behind it. And I love the fact that it brings up, it's said to be bound to Venus and fire. So if you're needing to really stimulate in your gut, I would say get some golden seal tea and maybe just up your ginger. All right. So this was really important. Also, golden seal is believed to attract love and prosperity when sprinkled at the base of a golden candle. So that could be something that maybe you want to incorporate into ritual. I just did a bunch of traveling and I went through two of my ancestral motherlands, New Orleans and Atlanta. And in Atlanta, I got this amazing spells deck. I've never seen this deck before. The card that I pulled for the ritual is the Falcon. So this is going along with communication, and it's also about power. Yesterday, I saw a hawk followed by an owl. I've seen two owls. So the fact that you talked about owl, but it's connected to Mercury. And so this also speaks to the throat chakra and communication. So there's so many common threads here that are kind of going across each one of us as presenters. Also, I got Saturn. Saturn is sometimes about self-destructive patterns. And so this is speaking to when you're doing your ritual, really take a look at how are you setting up your life for the day. I know that I'm on a little bit of a time crunch, but I want to really quick, I wanted to, do we have people that read here? I know we have several readers. I have two different Lionsgate tarot spreads I wanted to share. So if you happen to have a journal, number one, what is my highest truth? I'm going to kind of just flash through these really quick. Number two, what is my greatest desire? Number three, what is my innate power? Number four, how do I align with my truth? Number five, how do I best wield my power? And number six, how do I manifest my desire? Now, the other reading that I want to share with you is you go to your deck and you find the strength card. So just pull out the card, pull out the deck, lay it face up, card in front of you. I will absolutely put those in the chat. I'll type them in the chat as soon as I'm done. You find that strength card. The card above or on top of it is where you're leveling up through this portal. The card underneath is what the gates portal is going to activate within you. I love doing those kind of card pulls. You just maybe you riffle the deck, you shuffle the deck, you find a card, and then you look at the above and below. All right. I had a whole bunch more for you guys, but I just didn't get it all out. So I am on Facebook. I have a private group called the Intuitive Collective. I'm about ready to start a free 5-day workshop all on tarot, I do readings, I do all kinds of really amazing things in those workshops. This is like my 8th or 9th 5-day workshop I'll be doing. It starts on August 16th. Also, you can find me just Michelle Gugelmeyer on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, Shell Goddess, also Gugelmeyer Holistic Coaching. But I've got lots of free stuff coming up. I do free stuff in my Intuitive Collective group every week. Oh, I do have 30 more minutes. Do I? I do. Sweet mercy, I do. Thank you, Amina. I have more time. Yay. I'm sorry I got all thrown off. All right. I'm going to pull these cards for you. I will still type them into that when I'm done here, though. So let me go back to something I felt that was really important. Who here does ritual? Does anybody do something every day? Do you pull cards every day? Or do you sit and breathe every day? Do you walk every day? Who here does something every day for their own good? Tiffany does gratitude practices. Yes, yes. We're in that same little group. Pull a card every day and meditate. Yes. So what I would love to say, what I want to speak to about this is, how can you refine your ritual a little bit? How can you say could you maybe add, like, what could you do to make it feel more luxurious? Could you get yourself like a piece of velvet and like lay the velvet out when you pull your cards? Or how can you make it more special? How can you make it more queen-like? You know, how can you add opulence to it? Maybe it's something like you buy yourself a journal or like a really beautiful pen, and you write the main message from your day. It's very hard to write every single thing you're getting. Now, I have spiral bound notebooks, and I literally do write out all my gratitude, because I've had such amazing, amazing, magical things happen in those gratitude. I call them my little divinations, is what I call them. Also, there's something about that writing process. It's like you're adding the artistry, you're adding that creativity in. I want you to also think about, again, the habits. They're hardwired, and they come from the conditioning. They come from our conditioned self. So being able to take ritual and have that disrupt habit is transformative. So maybe you have a habit of, I know I kind of need a lot of time in the mornings. I never used to as a young woman. I could literally bounce out of bed, boom, 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 bing, bang, be gone. As I've aged and my boundaries are a little bit more where they should be, I've realized I need a lot of space in the morning within myself. I need space to wake up. I need space to be grateful. I need space to be intentional about my mindset. Because if I'm not, I'm very ADHD. I will be off on 20 things. I've had my human design reading done, and this is just how I am. It's just how I'm wired. And so I found ways to make that wiring serve me. But as such, I have to train my mind just like I would train a pet. So understanding that, like habits, ritual offers a sense of groundedness and familiarity, but rituals, unlike habits, require us to become aware and attuned to specific moments in time, whether it be preparing the physical body for the day ahead or welcoming the dawn of a new season. For thousands of years, entities have used ritual in different ways. I like the daily ritual aspect, and I liked rituals moving along with seasonal shifts, shifts in the moon, A lot of times I'll just allow my body to direct that. And I know that many of us as intuitives, we can feel the potency of those moon cycles, you know, and maybe we have every intention on doing a new moon ritual or a full moon ritual, and literally it's exhausting and we can't do it. And so I always give my clients permission to follow along with the rhythms that they're getting of their body more than keeping a schedule. In fact, there was probably a couple years where I could not do a ritual on either a new moon or a full moon. They just had me so depleted of energy. It would be like the day after. I mean, it became like a joke within myself that I'm like, I'm never going to do it on the new moon. It'll always be the day after. And it was for a long time. And then I went through an up-leveling process and shifted, and everything shifted again. And your rituals will almost be a time where you'll allow your hopes and dreams to shift. It's like that private space where you're kind of in this protected little sacred circle. Rituals are inherently mindful. The pace of our existence is very speedy. Energy is moving all the time, right? So due to kind of the formation of habits, there's this basic to-do framework that we adhere to on a daily basis. And many of us know exactly how long we have to kind of chalk these automated tasks in, and we kind of do this seamlessly. And one of the basic things I taught my daughter was what efficiency was. I think I taught it to her when she was like 4. But the truth is that it's impossible to live that way all the time. And strength is understanding that we need to have that flexibility as well, and not just have this strict rota. So, what you can also understand is that planning things out, but having that little bit of flexibility in there. For example, maybe you allow yourself that morning ritual 5 days a week, and then 2 days a week you allow yourself to just have more of an easy flow and see what happens. I know when I did that, I found that I was really missing. I was kind of mournful for that time. And I ended up doing it anyway. I ended up doing it 7 days a week. Now, going on vacation, getting out of town, that will throw things off. And it absolutely did for me. I was gone for a little more than a week, and I still haven't been able to get back into a routine. And so this new moon came and I decided, okay, it's time to create a new one. And so that's what I'm doing. And so rituals allow the savoring of shifts. Okay, so it came at the exact right time. Experiencing an event through the lens of habit or circumstance, such as just looking up at the moon, versus that of a ritual where maybe there's a gathering of people, is similar to that of swallowing a cup of coffee in 3 gulps rather than taking mindful sips, right? We want to explore the flavor of the notes of the coffee, the acidity, the earthiness, you know, the hint of flavor. Maybe there's a creaminess to it or whatever, just the heat holding onto the cup. You know, there's something about breaking down your ritual and being mindful about it that you can carry that energy out with you through the day. And then when you get back home, the same thing. You know, for me, one of my rituals is washing my face every night. I have the same kind of pattern that I do it. Also, again, getting my cat, she gets to snuggle in the exact right place. We both fall asleep. That's a ritual. But also the act of laying there and deciding what is the one thing that I am most grateful for today. And the wonderful thing about that is that sometimes there was so many things that happened that I was grateful for that I can't pick one. And then I can just be grateful for the entire day. And being able to go to bed where you have ended your day with that thought pattern and that mindset, and then waking up and being grateful that you've woken up, being grateful that you can take a deep breath, being grateful that you can stretch and feel your body from fingers to toes. That starts your day off in a good way. And again, for people that have experienced trauma, especially as a child in those formative years, sometimes it's really important because those neural pathways of fight or flight are really ground down in the brain. And so essentially, you're really working with neuroplasticity when you're doing this kind of work every morning and every night. You're priming the brain at those specific times. So not only is this kind of a mystical practice that you're doing, but this is also a scientific, this is led by science as well. So understanding that you're doing this on many different levels. So also the rituals can be the markers or catalysts for energetic shifts, which is again what is happening today. This new moon hitting right on Lionsgate, this is a renewal of self. This is supporting the connection with community. This is keeping tradition alive in a conscious way. It's being intentional about living. Ritual allows us to tune in with what is meaningful. There's a lasting impact with ritual. So again, how to do this? You start small. A smudging ceremony, that sacred fumigation, plan it out. Maybe you're going to do it daily. Maybe you're going to do it weekly. Maybe you're going to do it a couple times a week. Maybe you have a Monday and a Thursday, or a Monday and a Friday. Maybe you just do a guided meditation. Maybe you put in YouTube guided meditation. Maybe you listen to an Akashic Records meditation that day and just have you tap into something that you need to from an ancestral point of view. You need to be patient when you're doing and working with neuroplasticity and working with ritual and working to form new behavioral patterns. Set a goal for yourself. Make it that 8 weeks. Make it that 60 days. So that you can get that cellular shift. So rituals for the new moon, obviously we know this is the perfect time for setting intentions for the waxing phase when the moon gets bigger and bigger and your dreams and intentions come to fruition. It's a time to plant, create, and conceive everything that's going to burst forth. It's a time to sit in the void, quote, the in-between. It's the space when you have released all you need to release and you're now getting ready to move into something new. It's like a short waiting period, getting comfortable with not knowing. It's getting comfortable living in the mystery of life. And as an intuitive and as a reader, sometimes we have to remind ourselves that that's the dual existence that we need to be walking and that we can't always be living that life where we're trying to project. Sometimes we have to just be living in the mystery. It reminds me of this card from my my archetype deck that I have right here. It's by Kim Kranz. I love this deck. It's one of my go-to decks. It's the riddle. The riddle card in this deck is exactly that. It's like, hey girl, you need to quit trying to figure this out. You need to just sit with the emptiness of this all. You need to sit here and you need to live in the mystery. So that's what it is. It's kind of like that liminal state. It's the space when you have released everything you need to release, and now you're getting ready to move into the something new. You're getting ready to move into the receiving, right? As people who are empathetic and oftentimes givers, it's very hard to step into that receiving mode. And you have to sometimes consciously say, I'm open to receive. And you can do this very easily in a meditation, even when you're connecting with spirit guides. I'm open to receive the messages that you have for me. Thank you for making them clear. I'm always asking for spirit to come in and be really clear for me. Let's see. At any time, is it good to alter or change your ritual behavior? Absolutely. You are the master of your will. You have free will. I think sometimes talking yourself through why you're doing it is very helpful. And it's also like you're giving yourself permission. So, for example, like I said, I was just on a vacation. We were in close quarters with other people. I'm a single woman. I get a lot of solitude. It totally shook me up. I got back home. I was not only, for many different reasons, I was exhausted, not just the fact that I was gone. I had some other things going on. But what I realized was I'm up-leveling. I'm in an up-level process. Things are discombobulated. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I felt like I was having some adrenal fatigue. And so I said, I'm giving myself permission to do exactly what I need to do, or I'm not going to get to that up-level place. And as soon as I did that, I started feeling more energy. So sometimes you just have to literally talk through and give yourself that permission. Or if you have a trusted person that you can talk with, that can help. Grace says, anytime you feel the need to change a ritual, it's the right time. Absolutely. Watch your life patterns and notice if you have any events that trigger a need for change often. Absolutely. Beautifully said. Because the truth is we can plan a life, but our lives are sometimes influenced by others around us. So if somebody else is having a crisis, and you happen to be somebody that, is a support during that period of time, that can throw you off your routine. And it could be happening for a reason. It could be happening because, you need to. So let's move here into, I want to find my strength card here in my Crow deck, because the Crow deck doesn't picture the strength card like most other decks with the lion and the lady. So let me just see, and I will do this reading for the collective here. And we'll see. I wanted to do it beforehand. That was like the planner in me. And my authentic self was like, that's cheating. That's not doing it. So I shuffled. I got it all ready to go. I'm about halfway through the deck. I got this Crow deck. So whenever someone comes into my program, they get a deck of cards. And we kind of do a divinatory process so that the spirit picks the deck. And this deck is one of the main decks that Spirit picks for my clients. I think that it's amazing. And in the last several days, I've been seeing some really big blackbirds. And I saw we had several issues with crows. Not issues. There we go. We had several encounters with crows. We had a really neat one when we were in New Orleans. Particularly when we were walking past a cemetery. Okay, so I found it. Wow, okay. There's big stuff happening, ladies, in your lives. So the strength card in the middle, I want to show it to you. There is a lion. The crow here is a bit of a messenger. You've still got the infinity. The lion has a bit of a roar, though. I feel like that's important. Somebody needs to speak out. Somebody needs to say what they're. And I'm getting some heat over on my left here. So I've got an ancestor coming in over on my left. My ear is real hot. That might be coming through here shortly. It's a little bit muddled right now. The card on top, the card above, was Tower upside down. And this actually goes along with the card that I pulled yesterday for the collective. It was the Tower right side up. So this means that the worst of it's over. Okay. The Tower moments are always really potent. It's the number 16. I'm born on the 16th day of the month. So this is my card. So I'm really familiar with this energy. When this energy comes in, it's like a tornado. It's like it comes in out of nowhere. You have very little warning. It literally destroys everything. And you have to rebuild. Okay. It was always going to come. It's like it's divine. I mean, these Tower moments, they're built into the contract of your life. But the fact that this is upside down, okay, you're leveling up. This means that the level up process is happening. It also, what I'm feeling from this is like the Wheel of Fortune. This is maybe a little bit more dense than the Wheel of Fortune. So there could be some dense energy within you that you need to move out. Maybe a salt bath, or just soaking your feet in some Epsom salts. I took a salt bath this morning, which is why my hair is the way it is. But just soak in that and kind of let that last bit of density go through. Okay. On the other side, it's the Death card. So this is what the Gates portal is going to activate, a brand new beginning. I mean, I can't follow that up with anything. You can't follow up that Death card with anything else. Can you? No. Okay, guys. There was one other card I pulled. I got this new little deck. It's a crystal deck. And the crystals that I pulled, there needs to be faith energy. It's red jasper, chrysocolla, charoite, blue chalcedony. These are the stones that will support this energy. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this and for listening to me. And I will
Thank you, Michelle.
You bet. I will put these 2 readings that I have that are specifically for Lionsgate. I'll put them in the comments. Amina, did you take care of the whole host stuff? I don't have to do anything yet, do I?
We're gonna bring on Tashi. See if she can present.
Greetings. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, peace and blessings. My name is Tashi K. D. Cooper, and I am the vibrational midwife. I call myself that because it is always my goal to increase to or maintain high vibrations. And it's my mission to teach others how to do the same so that we can all thrive infinitely on this planet. And I do that through different services that I offer, healing modalities that I offer, as well as online courses. What I'm going to do today with you all, and I'm really, really excited, I kind of get giddy when it's time for me to start reading, is I'm going to read some chakras, okay? So for those of you, am I able to share my screen? Can some,
you should be able to.
It says host disabled participant sharing. Can you give me permission? If not, I can talk through it if it doesn't work.
Let me check just a sec.
All right.
Okay, as soon as Michelle makes you a host, then you should be good. Let me read.
Okay. Or if the host can just give me permission.
I cannot figure out how to make her the host.
Actually, but if you go to where it says share screen at the bottom, you can give permission for me to share.
Huh.
If not, I'll talk through it.
It won't allow me to. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Did that work?
No.
Oh, wait. Shoot. I'm so
No.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll talk through it, you guys. It's cool. It's cool. All right. So basically, as Allison had mentioned, she talked about energy, right? And so we are energy, right? These glasses are energy. This head wrap is energy. The home you're in, the car you drive, the bed you sleep in, all of that is energy, right? And it's vibrating. Even though it looks like it's not moving, like right now, we're like vibrating, right? And the energy or the molecules are put together in certain ways for us to label them as a human being or a head wrap or a car, okay? Now, in terms of a human being, I like to say like we're this big glob of energy, right? A big glob of energy, and we have what we refer to as energy centers, okay? Energy centers called chakras. Amina was talking about, a few of us was talking about chakras earlier, okay? And so that's what I'm going to read. We have many chakras, like tons of chakras within our body and aura. I'm going to read the main chakras that are located along the spine. I was wanting to share a diagram so you guys can see exactly what they're looking like. So when I say, so the root chakra will be the first chakra, and it's pointing down towards Mother Earth, right? And then the seventh chakra is at the crown, and it's pointing up towards the heavens. All the chakras in between have a front component and a back component, okay? So if you think about a cone, like an ice cream cone, and it has like a point at the bottom, right? If you were to put that point on your chest and the big part, the open part where the ice cream is, kind of comes out. That's what I mean by having a front component, and then you do the same thing on the back and it has a back component. So when I read the chakras, I read it from that perspective. Now, all of the chakras in terms of the front component or the anterior side of the body, it's talking about something specific going on in your body. Oh, it looks like I'm host. Hold on. This will stop other screen sharing. Do you want? You know what? I'm not going to mess it up. I'm just going to keep talking. I apologize, you guys. Let me get my focus back. Hold on. On the anterior side of the body, it's talking to something short term, something that you're going through right now. When I read the chakras on the posterior side of the body, it's taking a snapshot of your whole life, and it's talking to you, the soul, not you, the personality. So if it was me, it's talking to my higher self. It's talking about how, well, really not my higher self, but really like my soul combined with my personality and what I've done thus far in my 51 years, okay? So that's how it works. So what we're going to do, a healthy chakra spins in a clockwise direction. So we want them to go in a clockwise direction, right? And what I'm using, I don't know if you guys can see because I can barely see. Okay, I'm using a pendulum. And the swing of the pendulum is going to tell me what direction the chakra is going in. Thanks, Amina, I appreciate it. I tried to share, but it gave me a message and I just don't want to mess anything up, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get into it. We're gonna read you guys' chakras, all right? What I did was I put everyone's name in this hat. So Michelle, I live in New Orleans, baby. And so I have some Mardi Gras. Yes, honey. So I said, let me get some Mardi Gras colors in a hat. So I put the names in the hat for y'all. And I'm just gonna pull a name and I'm gonna read, and we're gonna start with the root chakra. Now what I did, and I don't know, Amina, you may know, or someone else may know people better than I did. I took 2 names out because I didn't see them anymore. If I should put them back in, let me know. Echo Eubanks and Melissa Snyder. I took those 2 out, okay? All right, so I'm not looking. I picked one. Monique White. Is Monique White on still? Let me see. Yes, okay, Monique. I'm going to tune into your spirit, all right? And assess the root chakra. One thing I do ask is if your phone is near, if you can set it away from you about 5 feet. But that just kind of helps me just a little bit. Okay. Okay, so Monique, what I got was the swing, it's going in a vertical direction for the root chakra. So the root chakra is at the base of the spine, the color is red, and it's your ability, it's how you're taking care of yourself on this earthly plane, how you're feeding yourself, how you're clothing yourself, how you are generating income. Do you have a safe place to live? Courage lives here, self-confidence lives here, anything dealing with the physicality of life, okay? And so what I received was the pendulum was going in a vertical direction. So there's a couple of things that can be happening. Either you have this vision, like you're attuned to your higher self, and you have this vision of how you would like to thrive on this planet, right? But in order to get that chakra to spin in a clockwise direction, it's almost as if there's maybe not, what's the word? Like not faith in the earthly plane. So we're spiritual beings having a human experience, right? And sometimes we can get caught up into our vision and our meditation and our alignment with our higher self, our authentic self, and what we would like to do. But it's almost like your ideal of what you would like to do to thrive on this planet, you're not trusting that it can actually happen, or you're not actively doing the things to make it happen for you. On the other side, it also can say that you have a lot going on, you're in your head a lot, and spirit is suggesting that you ground your thoughts, yeah? And by grounding your thoughts, you may do things with your hands is good, like writing is good, cooking, sewing, making jewelry, gardening, you know, and that would be really good because it is the root chakra. So to really get connected to the earth, meditations that help to ground and center you can help bring that energy down as well. But whatever your authentic self is suggesting to you, you want to take heed to it and start doing some things to make it happen on this earthly plane, and have faith that it can happen, and have faith in the different components on this plane, like different people and opportunities, knowing that the doors will open when you start working. Okay, so that's Monique. Hold on, you guys. Monique, did you hold on. I'm just seeing something. Hold on. What is my highest? Okay. That's okay. All right, so I'm gonna go with Monique. Do you have any questions? Did you resonate with it? Feel free to put something in the chat or unmute, okay? I'm cool if you guys unmute, I'm fine. I'm gonna move on to the sacral chakra, and it has a front component and a back component. All right, so I'm picking. Lynn, is Lynn still on? Lynn, yes, I see her name. Okay, so I'm gonna tune into you, Lynn. We're gonna look at the sacral chakra, and I'm gonna do the front and back components. Okay, so I got different readings. That's one thing I wanted to say to you guys, even though it's the same chakra. So it's the sacral chakra, right? It has a front component and a back component, but they can have completely different readings, which is interesting. But at the same time, it makes sense because remember, the front component is dealing with something that's going on in your life right now. And then the back component is talking to your soul at a snapshot. All right, so the sacral chakra is dealing with fertility. So even if it is not in terms of giving birth to an actual baby, it can be you being fertile with ideas that you want to birth, right? So, but in order for that to happen, we want to feed them, water them, nurture them, help them to develop, right? And then to give birth to them. We also want, passion lives here. Okay, so passion lives in this particular chakra, the sacral chakra, in terms of just passion for life, passion for your work, passion in a relationship. All right, boundaries live here. Sometimes we don't always set clear boundaries, right? So on the anterior side of the sacral chakra, Lynn, similar to the last one, it was going in a vertical direction, which means that you have these ideas. You probably have a lot of ideas, but they're just at their ideas. And you probably start different projects, but you don't finish them. Or you don't have the courage to put effort into them, okay? In terms of setting boundaries, you want to make sure you set clear boundaries on this earthly plane, because right now there's a lot of focus and alignment with your higher self, but on this earthly plane, in order to get the chakra to spin in a clockwise direction, you want to set some clear boundaries for yourself, okay? And that may even help in propelling you forward to actualize and help to give birth to some of those ideas by setting boundaries. Like maybe you're in your head a lot and probably helping others, not so much living out your vision, okay? On the posterior side, it's going at a diagonal to the left. Okay, so overall, in your life's journey from birth until now, what this is suggesting is there's creativity, there's a spiritual connection, you kind of go with the flow and you're receiving ideas, but you may be kind of passive overall in implementing them. And so this is suggesting, in order to get this to flow in a clockwise direction, that you want to become more active and participate in the birthing of your ideas, not so much of just kind of going with the flow and supporting others, which is good. You can support others, but in terms of you want to support you too. So the same amount of effort and support and love you give to others, you definitely want to give that to yourself as well. And if you have any questions, Lynn, just let me know. And if that resonated, if you don't want to respond to the group, you can respond privately to me. Okay. Ah, okay, I see. It took me a minute. Okay, cool beans. Moving on to the solar plexus chakra. All right. Okay, I'm gonna back up. So the root chakra, that I told you the color is red. Think about it at the base of the spine or near the tailbone. It's pointing down towards the earth. The sacral chakra, if you go about 2 inches below your belly button, okay? And you have the front component and the back component, and the color is orange, all right? Now, the solar plexus is between the belly button, halfway between the belly button and the bottom of the sternum. If you go halfway between there, that's where your solar plexus chakra would be. And there's a front component and a back component. All right. Now, the person that I pulled name is Angie. Is Angie still? Yep, Angie is still on here. So we're going to look at your solar plexus, Angie. All right, let me just write that down. All right. Solar plexus. How do you define yourself to the world? What comes after I am? Okay, what comes after I am? It's so funny because I think I'm doing what Amina was doing. I'm looking at my picture instead of the camera. So what comes after I am? Leadership lives here. All right, your ability to be flexible and to delegate. Digestion, not just digestion of food, but how you digest life. How do you process change, right? Making decisions lives here as well, okay? Joy lives here. Anger can be here as well. So let's see, all right? Angie, I am tapping in. Yes, you are welcome, my darling. Hold on 1 second. I'm tapping into you. If you remember the instruction to put your phone, if you have like an Apple Watch, kind of take it off. It just kind of helps me tune in. I like to get the radiation out of the way. Hold on, you guys, sorry. Okay, that's all right. Okay, so on both sides, I had two readings on both sides. Like the pendulum, it'll do one direction and then it'll do another direction. So on the anterior side, remember, it's something that you're dealing with right now. Okay. So in terms of a decision or some situation where you're have to make a leadership type of decision, and it can be in the home or at work, it's going in a horizontal position, which kind of tells me that you may be looking at past decisions, how something was done in the past, or you're probably consulting with other people to help you make this decision. And Spirit is suggesting that you go inward and, I guess, write out the pros and cons to help you make that decision on your own. All right. Now the other reading, so the first, we're still on the anterior side. So something you're dealing with now, so horizontal. And then I got the reading where it was going in a diagonal to the left side, which is passive energy. So maybe sometimes you don't want the burden of making a decision, right? And you just kind of go with the flow. But in order to empower this particular chakra, you want to go within, and even if it's like meditation or prayer or journaling or just writing out pros and cons of the situation and just taking the time to figure out what feels good for you. Yeah, like what feels good for Angie. Let me think. And go from there. It's suggesting that there could be some indulging in food, in the physical. So the physical aspect of this particular chakra in terms of digestive system is there can be some indulging in food, which can be negatively affecting your digestive system. So you want to be mindful with that. And because it's a lot of earth energy, you want to also encourage yourself to drink more water. Okay, so drink more water. This is on the anterior side again. And maybe in terms of the emotions of anger and joy, or just like those feelings, it's affecting your digestion. Like emotions actually live in the sacral chakra. But what's coming through to me is it's affecting your digestion. So you may want to definitely figure out ways to calm your mind more, maybe through meditation or different mindful exercises that can just help calm the mind. So that's on the anterior side. And so this is for a particular situation. I don't know if there's like an emotional type of situation. It's not saying that you're angry or anything. It's just saying that it can be emotional. And when the emotions come into play with digestion, whether we're trying to digest life or digest food, it affects it. You know, like when we're overly emotional, we're not digesting the situation. We're not in the moment, right? So be mindful of that. Now on the posterior side, the snapshot of your soul, I have it going vertically and then again diagonal to the left. So vertically is in terms of leadership, in terms of making decisions, you overall like to go inward to try to make your decisions, connect with your higher self, which is good. But you may do that at a fault. Remember that when you make a decision, that you also have to take into consideration the other people that are involved in the decision that you're making. So yes, it's for your higher good and your authentic self, but you want to be mindful of the bigger picture, right? And then also, it's almost like because you there's still that tendency to be passive with it in terms of making a decision. So just to increase the movement into or to, what's the word? To help the flow go into a clockwise direction, you want to do more action in terms of making decisions for yourself. But what tells, when I see the diagonal going towards the left side of the body, it's good because it's like connection with spirit, and there's creativity, and you're taking time to receive, but you just have to act more. Okay. Do you have any questions, Angie? And you guys feel free, you can come, you can talk. Okay. All right, awesome sauce. All right. Okay. We're moving now to the heart chakra. All right. Who do I have for the Stacy Ellis? Stacy Ellis. Yes, Stacy is still on. Are you here, Stacy? Oh, great. I'm seeing, hold on, let me thank you. Thank you. Okay. You're welcome, Angie. Yes, you guys, please unmute. Like we can have a conversation. Like we can go back and forth. I have time. All right. Okay. Yes, Stacy. Boom shakalak. All right. So we are on the heart chakra. The heart is at the center of the chest. Okay. It has a front component and a back component. The color is green. Now, green in general, and that's like love for all. If you're someone who has the gift of sight and you happen to see the color pink, that means that person is doing a lot of self-love. If you have the gift of sight and you see the color like a golden color, that person is probably a mature individual. And I won't say older, because you never know, these kids, you know, some of these kids are coming out here kind of elevated, you know, but a matured individual who really understands unconditional love and non-judgment, right? All right, so here we have trust, right? Self-love, love for others, forgiveness of self and forgiveness of others, your ability to give of yourself, and then your ability to receive, yeah? All right. So Stacy, get ready, girl. All right. Now, you guys remember which ones I'm doing for you, because when I go back through, I'm letting you pick the next one that you want me to read. All right, so remember what I'm saying. Okay, so there's something going on with you right now, Stacy, where on the anterior side, the chakra is swinging to the right side of the body. So that's active energy, aggressive energy, yang energy, male energy. And what it's saying is you're giving a lot. You're giving so much right now. You're over giving. You're just giving, giving, giving. And in order to get this to swing in a clockwise direction, you want to put yourself in a position to receive. Now, if the people around you oh, don't be nervous. I'm sorry. I'm so late in reading these things, you guys. I'm sorry. Don't be nervous. So if the people around you don't have the capacity to give, because that can be the case, right? Some people just don't have the capacity to give. Then you have to place yourself in situations where you give to yourself. Because it's not saying to stop giving, because I don't know, you may be a mother, or, you know, you may have to continue to give, like to your kids or give to your spouse, or whatever the situation is. You may not be in a position where you can just stop giving. And it's not saying to stop giving, but it's almost like you're giving to a fault of yourself. And you want to create, like I said, scenarios to honor yourself and to receive, to give to yourself, okay? Be kind to yourself. Be mindful of your thoughts. Flip them around if you need to. And just think about different ways that you can give to yourself. And one of the ways you can give to yourself is probably by setting some boundaries and saying no, right? And in saying no, that's probably being kind to yourself as well. So that's just something really small to say, that giving to yourself doesn't mean that you have to go out and spend a lot of money. Or it can. Maybe you're doing all this for someone else, but you don't give yourself the same. Yes, yes. So, so be mindful of that. Hold on. Yeah, and when you're giving, in terms of forgiving, it's like you probably realize that a person is probably wrong. It's two left feet, right? They just wrong, right? But you're giving them pass after pass after pass. So it's like you're forgiving, but it's not healthy for you, if that's the case. So that's something that's going on like right now, short term. On the posterior side, a snapshot of your soul right now at the heart is going in a vertical direction. So that, to me, that means that ideally, you have this ideal image or of how you want to be loved and how you choose to love, but you're not, it's not happening right now. To get it to, like right now, it's more so with your alignment with spirit, but it can happen. And I feel like it will when you probably give more to yourself. Then we'll see both the anterior and posterior chakras spin in a clockwise direction. Because what happens is you have this ideal of how you want to be loved and how you want to give love, right? When you start honoring yourself more and allowing yourself to receive more, you teach people how to love you and how to treat you. And so you're doing it for yourself, and then you're receiving that from them. And then you also have the balance, because you're giving. It seems like you are an innate giver. So there's that balance going on. And so then the chakras would be spinning in the clockwise direction on both sides. That wasn't too bad, huh? I hope I settled the nervousness. So that was that. Okay. The next one, Mui Kali B. Hayes. We are going to, oh, awesome, Stacy. So you guys, I have to tell you, this beautiful queen that you guys have been seeing all day, this is my mother. Isn't she gorgeous? And she is an empath, and I am who I am because of her. All right, so Mui Kali B. Hayes, we have the throat chakra. All right. All right, you guys. So, yes, Amina. We have the throat chakra. The throat chakra is located in the center of the throat. And it's dealing with how you express yourself, not just self-expression in verbal self-expression, but how you wear your clothes, how you style your hair. My mom has always been funky when it came to her hair and her style. But also in your art or in your work, how you express yourself, even like how you express your love. Like some people, maybe you're the one that the family calls because you just have that warm heart, you know, or maybe you're the one people go to when they want a good home cooked meal. How you express yourself, right? How you express your innate self. Speaking up for yourself, clear communication, good listening skills, speaking the truth. Yes. All right. Okay. All right, Miss Mui Kali B. Hayes. All right. So on the anterior side, we have it swinging to the right. Okay. And so that's yang energy, active energy, aggressive male energy. So it's saying that in a situation right now, on the anterior side, that you are speaking more than you are taking the time to listen. So in order to get it to swing in the clockwise direction, be mindful in certain conversations that, if you are speaking too much, or it also could be the way you're speaking, like the quality, if it's too forceful or too domineering, but in general, it's maybe you just talking. And Spirit is suggesting just wait just a minute, sit back and listen. And not just listen with your ears, but listen looking at the big picture, looking around at everything that is being said and not being said. All right. Also, so also in terms of like your intuitiveness and psychic abilities, because we speak our ideas out loud, we speak. And so Spirit is saying to listen to your inner ear, not just the outer ear of what we can hear, but the inner ear that's giving you the ideas, to pay attention to that as well. Yeah. And then on the posterior side, your life snapshot of everything is going in a horizontal position, which tells me that you are aligned with your authentic self. You are aligned with your authentic self, and you commune a lot with your authentic self. And you express yourself authentically. Just in order to get it to go in a clockwise direction, you may want to take into consideration of how it falls on other people's ears, because it's just going up and down. There's no curve going towards the earthly plane. Okay. And hold on. That's it. Any questions, Mom?
I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
And I really appreciate the one about being authentic, because I am more comfortable in that other room than what I am with the humans here on this planet.
Yeah.
And so thank you for letting me know that I need to focus, because this is where I am in this focus now. And I need to put my feet on this ground. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sweetheart.
I'm the same way. Me too.
You too, darling.
Same message. I gotta try to remember I belong here.
Right, right.
Okay, so I actually have 15 minutes.
Echo's back. If you want to pull for Echo, Echo's in the room.
She is. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Echo. We are going to do where we did third eye. We're going to the third eye, Echo. And so what I was telling people is, if you have on like an Apple Watch or anything electronic, can you take it off of your person? And if you can set your phone away from you a bit, just while I assess it, I can still assess it. It just helps it to come through a little clearer for me.
Can't wait to hear this Echo. Why is she laughing?
I laugh because someone said they can't wait to hear this. That's just me laughing, responding to it. But I'm not laughing at the reading. I'm sorry. Okay, so the third eye is imagination, your intuitive self, being able to see all sides of a situation, having clear vision for your life, and listening to your intuitive promptings. So like, it's one thing to be very intuitive, right? But it's another thing to receive these messages and do absolutely nothing with it. And so on the anterior side, Echo, what I explain to everyone is the anterior component of the chakra is dealing with something you're going through right now, something specifically that you're going through right now. And it's swinging to the right side of the body, which is male dominant energy, aggressiveness, and very active. So it's telling me that something you're dealing with right now, you're using the sight of your eyes as opposed to the third eye more, right? And even if you, like, there's a lot of doing, a lot of, yeah, you want to be more open to that third eye energy. Sit back and allow yourself to receive the message or a vision to assist you in living out, I guess, your ideal vision in this particular situation. Because right now it's very active, and when it's very, very active, it's dealing with the two eyes that we see with. And the third eye is that eye of having faith, right? It's not about what we see, but what we know may happen. Yeah. Now on the posterior side, this is a snapshot of your soul. What's going on from the time you was born to right now, and it's going in a vertical direction, which says that there's alignment with that higher self. There's alignment and communication with your God self. You have a vision. You recognize your vision. You know that you're very unique and authentic, but you're not trusting that it'll play out in the physical realm. And it comes to the same, from that anterior perspective, that whatever you're doing, you're basing it off your eyes. It's almost like you know and understand the concept of faith in things, but it's something that hinders you and I think all of us, me as well, like sometimes you get caught up in the now and what you see, what's happening and what's not happening, because we don't really know what's going on beneath the surface, and we just get caught up in what we see. And this is suggesting that you just kind of open yourself up and allow spirit to show you more. Maybe stop being so active and allow yourself to really close your eyes to allow that third eye to open. And when that third eye opens and reveals itself to you, to then act on it. Like act on that stuff, not on the stuff you think should happen based upon societal norms, but what spirit is suggesting that will assist you with your highest good. Any questions, Echo? Okay. All right. Well, I don't think it'll be fair for me to go through it again because I don't have enough time to go through everyone. Maybe I can just pick one out of all to do the crown chakra. Hold on. And let's say is Angie still here? Yes. All right. So Angie, crown chakra. Crown chakra is grace, is wisdom, is being able to see yourself. I'm sorry, you guys. I have one more thing for, I'm so sorry, Angie. Hold on, you guys. Everybody, I apologize. Echo, make sure when a situation arises that you look at the big picture, not just your side. Look at everybody's story, everyone's perspective. Okay. All right. I'm going back. Going back to crown. I do apologize. So the crown is grace. It's wisdom, serenity, being able to see yourself and other people, non-judgment, Okay. You have this sense of knowingness, right? It's not about believing in yourself, it's knowing yourself. It's not about believing that something's going to happen, but you just know it's going to happen. Like, it's just this knowingness. All right. Okay. So we have Angie. All right. Okay, so it's going in a horizontal direction, which is saying that it's based upon societal norms. So I don't know, like, what your relationship is with your higher self, or if you believe in a higher being, but it's based upon societal norms in regards to what's the word? Let me see. Non-judgment, seeing yourself in others. Still some work to be done. This particular chakra, because everyone wants everything to be balanced and flowing and everything, but this is the big deal. Like, this will tell you how much work you need to do or not do. Like, and in this society that we live in, just with COVID alone, there's a lot of judgment. We're not even talking about politics. We're just talking about what's going on with the pandemic. This person wearing masks versus not wearing the mask. I'm trying to give you examples on how we can say that we see ourselves in others and that we're non-judgmental, but we live in a society that promotes all of that. So to then go inward and have this unconditional love and acceptance of all, it takes inner work. So I don't want you to take this in a negative way, but just know that you can get it to spin in a clockwise direction by communing more with spirit and having more faith in self and in others in terms of how we love and care for one another on this earthly plane. And so I hope that helped everyone. This was fun. I love doing this, you guys. I'm still giddy. Again, my name is Tashi K. D. Cooper, and I am the vibrational midwife. Okay. I balance chakras. So if you would like to book a service with me, I can help it's like a restart, a reset, right? I balance the chakras. I also have online courses to help you develop a self-care routine that's designed to enhance and maintain high vibrations of each chakra, okay? You can contact me at www.tashi, TOSHIIKDCooper.com, okay? I'm the founder of the Tashi School of Wellness. If you are, and that's the TashiSchoolOfWellness.com. But to book a distant Reiki session with me, you can go through TashiKDCooper.com. My Reiki sessions, we can do just Reiki. I also call it a Reiki reading because I'm an empath. Now, believe it or not, most of this reading that I gave you, it was just based on my knowledge of chakras and my knowledge of what the swing of the pendulum means. It wasn't a lot of empathic messages, but I do get those in my chakra, in my Reiki sessions. The other thing is I do own a mobile spa in the Atlanta area. So if you're looking for massage, individual, for couples, and we do groups as well. If you're looking to do a spa party, I have some awesome therapists in the Atlanta area. We would love to be of service to you. Thank you so much, Amina. I am so grateful to you, Amina.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so glad we're still connected.
Yes, for many
Yes.
Years now. My boy.
Yes.
It was for a purpose. Everything's for a reason.
Yes, yes. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Well, we're gonna have probably a little pause here. I'm gonna let everybody go use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink. Maybe in another about 10, 15 minutes, I might pop on and maybe pull some cards while you wait. Tiffany's coming up at 7. Excited for that. She's gonna be doing some mediumship, connecting us to our passed on loved ones. So be back for that. Take your breaks.
Thank you.
All right, those that are done with their break but just hanging around, I'm gonna do some fun stuff. Hold on a second, I have a kid in the room. It's the thing with doing things virtually. Give me 1 minute. Okay, all right. Okay. All righty, so as we get prepared for the final session of the night, I just wanted to offer just something for some fun, some clarity on any little things. As per Tashi's session, if you want to speak, please unmute. I'm open. Hold on 1 second. What's happening here? Okay, so first off, I wanted to thank everybody again for being here. And I just want to try to bring you into your own divination skills with this little segment here. So hold on, let me grab some stuff. All righty. Okay, so there are a lot of things we did in our youth that opened us up to divining, but we had no idea that's what we were doing. So one of the first things I have here, I don't know, 90s children, 80s children, I don't know if they did this in the 70s, but we made fortune tellers. I don't know if these are familiar to anybody. We used to make these when I was a child in the 80s, growing up. So I made several. I made some for each chakra color. And I use these in my readings, sometimes for fun, because when you're reading someone, it can get pretty serious. People get nervous. So I like to bring out little trinkets. Let me see what color wants to come out for fun. Just 1 second, let me see. I have 7 of them here, so I'm trying to find the one that is I could use for today. Okay. I'm gonna do heart chakra. So we have green for heart chakra. The way this works is I've listed on this one different, you won't be able to see it, I'll read them, but I've listed different properties on each thing and you choose one. So I have ice, lava, earth, fire. Okay, so this one is dealing with the elements. Air, water, iron, lightning. The way the game goes, you would choose one of those. Now, because there's a few of y'all on, I'm just going to, I would say, if you have a preference for element, write it in the chat. And the one that I see first, I'm going to do. So we have air, water, iron, ice, lava, earth, fire, and even lightning to choose from. Okay. Let's see. You have me on driving mode. Okay, there we go. All righty, so let me see. I see water. So here we go. Just like in the childhood, W-A-T-E-R. Now on the inside, there are other selections. The selections here are love, joy, pink, and hearts. Can choose one. One word, love, joy, pink, or hearts. So we could just write that in the chat and I will let you know your fortune. It's that simple. Or you could just shout it out. I don't care. Let's see. Okay, I see heart. Let's see. And it says, your divine soulmate is either very close, and that could be in physical or in spirit. And if you have not met them yet, or I'm sorry, if you've met them already, if you're with someone, then that is your divine soulmate. So that's pretty much the message you get. Your soulmate is either very close by, they stay around you, or it's someone you're not noticing and they're nearby, or it's someone you're already with. This is all about divine soulmate energy. So you either have found your divine soulmate, or they are coming, or they keep their energy near yours. And that was like a fun way we used to tell fortunes in school. We also had other games called MASH, but I don't know if anybody remembers all of that. Oh, I'm glad that was correct. Yes. But actually, I make some fortune boards. So I started to go into my childhood creativity and stuff. And I said, you know what are ways that you could tell a fortune and get children and younger people to open up to that, their ability to divine. So I actually made this for you, Tashi. I just never mailed it. You had mentioned to me you wanted one of the fortune boards when you were able to get one. So I said, I'm going to just make her one. And this one is in the shape, it's supposed to be a womb, since you were, you help people birth their inner light and things like that. So I said, okay, womb. And then it's all the chakras, all the way from the earth, all the way up to the soul star. And it has different things written on it. So what I would do with it is I would take some crystals. I got crystals on it and everything. Butterflies for transformation. I know my light is causing a glare. Pink quartz, the whole nine. And it'll come with like a little description, like this is how you could kind of interpret stuff. But really, it was channeled for you. So it was in exchange for that wonderful chakra session you had with me. So I said, I gotta, reciprocate.
Thank you
get
so much.
in a minute. But yes, I do fortune boards. And this is another one I use for yes, no questions. So I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do something really quick for you guys. Think of a yes or no question, and we are going to get you an answer using, this one is my board. It's a little bit different. Mine, it was more for a pendulum, but then I started just using crystals and shaking them on there. So I'm going to do a yes or no question for you guys. Think about it now. Take a deep breath. I don't know why my camera keeps going down. Sorry, guys. I switched to my phone and now it's like stupid. Okay, there we go. Have your question. And let's go. Okay. Oh, God, I should have blew my nose. All right, so what I'm getting is, whatever your question was, you're getting a maybe. And the maybe is saying, it's pointing at, see on my board, where the crystal, and this is a Masonite crystal for those that were interested. It's very earthy. It landed on maybe, but it was pointing at financial abundance and divine time. So whatever you're asking about, it's either going to take, either you want financial abundance or it's going to take financial abundance to achieve it. And that's going to come in divine time. So right now your answer is maybe, because it means, slow down. It's not yet, but in divine time, what you're asking for will come in. And that's what I'm getting. Okay. And that's about all we're getting. Okay. So yeah, so fortune boards on deck. Now, what else I want to do really quick? 10 minutes before tip gets on. These are my homemade decks. I'm going to pull a card for anyone who wants one. So put in the chats if you would like a card pull. I have about 10 minutes. And this is my homemade deck called The Forest's Edge. And it deals with the forest, the energies of the woods, very nature-based. I'm a tree hugger and tree lover. All right, I see. All right, cards are trying to fly all over the place. All right, let me see. What do we have? Oh, definitely, I will definitely let y'all know. Everything that I make is listed on my website. I should have put it in there. I'll put it in the chat. But it's the same one you went to for the Master Intuits to sign up. So it's steamholisticarts.com, and it should be in my store. It should be, yeah. I think it's listed where it says I have one to chat with you, a 30-minute chat or less, to give like a little read and feel of where you might blocks and what you need opened. And then from there, I can make your board. Okay. So yes, I'm excited. That'll be fun. Okay, so let me see. I saw Stacy wanted a card pull, so here we go. So you have, can you see my artistic work? Land of the Fae Folk. All right. If you believe, it will come. Wishes come true. Land of the Fae Folk is like fairies, and I guess the things that we're taught aren't real, you know, imaginary. All right, Monique, I see you. I got you. All right. So pretty much it's just saying whatever it is that you desire, whatever it is that you want, you have to believe it, that a part of you is hindering yourself because you don't really believe. It's like a wishy-washy believe I'm getting. They're saying like, I'm sorry. They're saying like, you know, somebody that they're like, I believe, but it's that energy they're saying that stops some of your dreams from fruition, coming into fruition. So you have to try to, I guess, get a little bit more secure in trusting your intuition. I think this whole collective, our main message today has been listen to, you know, open up that third eye, listen to your inner voice and trust your intuition. So you're getting a big, big, big believe in magic, believe in miracles, believe that wishes can come true. Yeah, just have faith. That's really what it is. They're saying that there's magic all around you, but you have to believe it's there. I hope that resonated. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Let me see. What else we got? Okay. Mo. Wait, did I see? Hold on, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to look in the chat real quick. Okay. Angie Lynn and Monique. Let's go. All right. Let's shuffle this up. I'm going to do Angie now. I got time. Ooh. Silver. Angie, I have a cave at the forest edge. Meditate. Hermit mode is needed. For some reason, Spirit is saying you need to go within, you need to take a pause, you need to take a break. The cave at the edge of the forest's edge is a place where, well, I created or Spirit downloaded to me, but it's really like where you want to get away from everybody and everything. And they're really saying that right now, you need to go within. Hermit mode, big time. You need to cut off phones, internet, maybe do a 7-day like purge and just go within, breath work, find you someone who can hold you accountable and go within. And when you are ready, emerge from the cave, okay? So stay within, close everything out, heal, do whatever work you have to do on the inward, on the inner. All right, don't worry about everything else. The world will continue to flow, but you really need to do some hermit time to be alone, to assess things before you move forward. All right, hope that resonated. I'm gonna pull a card for Lynn and then I have you, Mo, and then we'll have, probably be ready for Tiff by then. Wow, Lynn, somebody up there wants to talk to you. Like all my cards just flipped out my hand. Hold on a second. All right, let's try this again. One card, please. Let's see, message for the ring. I work very closely to the ancestors. So yeah, a lot of times they jump in, spirit guides, past lifetime buddies of yours, whoever come through will come through, even maybe source energy will come through with messages. All right, so Lynn, we have the Elf King, divine masculine energy. He is watching and he is opening you up to love. So you see how he's looking too. All right, so this energy right here is just saying that your masculine energy is very dominant, whether you're male or female. The masculine in you is very dominant, and they're saying that this energy is now being gently moved into a softer vibration where you could blend a little bit, blend your masculine and feminine energy a little better. Divine masculine energy is great. It's in its divine, it says divine masculine energy at the top, okay? I'm at the right spot, yes. All right, so they're just saying that now sometimes people get caught up in masculine energy and just see it as aggression, and they are now saying it's time to yin yang it, balance it into, so that your heart chakra can open up and you can receive love that's coming in your direction. Otherwise, you seem very closed off and people might see it as you don't want their energy at all. Don't come in my direction. Or they'll see it as aggressive energy. So just the way to lighten that up, they're saying just do some work where you're sending light energy to your heart chakra, and dancing will help. That'll help you ground you to Mama Earth energy and balance out your energy with the divine femme. And that's what I'm getting for you, Lynn. I'm gonna go on to Mo, and then I will pass the mic. All right, Monique, let's see what we have for you. Spirit messages, Monique, right? You have elflings. Children look to you to be guided and feel safe. So Monique, your focus should be on kids, okay? There's a lot of children who are looking to you, a lot of children who trust you. Maybe you need to work with children, but this is very strongly saying that there are kids that you could influence in a positive way, and that maybe you should be working with children. If you're not working with children, or, you know, doing a lot more, you know, with your kids and things like that, spending a lot of time with them, getting to know them more deeper. But yeah, that's what I got for you, Mo. It's pretty straight to the point. And then for the collective, I go to the bottom of the deck and we have trunk love. Adding love to the situation can grow such beauty. And that's my tree loving spirit self. But yeah, whatever situations you're in, if it seems hard, it seems tough, it seems like you can't get through it, or the person is hard to deal with, come from a place of love. They're saying anything we're dealing with that's coming up, because we're still going to be in the Lionsgate and in this new moon energy for a few days, Lionsgate all the way to August 12th. So they're saying add love to all your situations that seem difficult, and it will make it turn different or change. It won't have the same outcome, put it that way. You can choose love over war. And they're saying just really throw love into every situation, even when it feels like you can't. Dig deep. And lastly, 658, I'm going to also show you very quickly. I do teach people how to divine with playing cards. So if you ever want to learn, just come to my website, see if I'm giving a workshop. But it's very simple because each of the suits, you know, they associate to another suit. So that's just something for your mind to think about. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, I just wanted everybody to know that you can also divine that. Yes, we may be masters of our craft, but you know, everybody can reach that. And we're maybe just a little bit further than you guys on the journey, or if we are at all. We're all at different levels. So just keep your minds open. And I'm going to pass this mic on 7 p.m. Well, 6:59. But whenever she's ready, Tiffany Inc. is going to jump in and connect us to our lost loved ones. Please enjoy. And thanks again for being here with us.
Hi, everyone. My name's Tiffany Inc. I'm going to give a second. Let me know if you can hear me. I had to switch to my phone. My computer wasn't wanting to work very well. All right. My name is Tiffany Inc. I call myself the Inky Oracle. I am a master intuit. I speak to the other side and bring messages to anyone and everyone that wants to get spiritual guidance, that wants to get some sort of, I guess, closure. What I'm doing today, I really love to do seances. And I guess it's one of my favorite things to do since I was little. Okay, see, thank you. That's what I needed. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring the camera down. I wanted you to be able to see everything that I'm doing here, but you can see my really cool table, and then I'm gonna pull it down. Okay. Is that a little better? Should be, should be. So to kind of go in line with everything else that we're doing, thank you, Michelle. With everything else that we are doing, now that we've gotten you open a little bit more than you were, we've done some chakra scans. You know how to use gratitude to, you know, really skyrocket your happiness and skyrocket your success and progress. We've gotten messages from our ancestors, messages for the Lion's Gate and the new moon. Now, I just thought it would be really a great little ending to end with a little seance where we kind of connect with each one of you with a loved one that has passed on. Now, the first thing that I want to do is just a quick little meditation, but not really meditation. It's more of a visualization. I do energy work on top of being an oracle and a channel. So what I like to do is, as I'm opening sacred space, when you're doing a seance, when you're doing any sort of connecting with the other side, you want to make sure that you have a pure heart. What that means is it just means that you're open, that you're not afraid, because any fear that you bring in with you into like the spirit realm, it is kind of like a beacon in the darkness that's like, hey, I'm scared. Why don't you come over here and, you know, start doing some dark stuff, you know, start making me more scared, start that kind of thing. So the most important thing when you are contacting the other side is making sure that you have protection around you and that you are of complete faith and trust and open. So what I'd really like to do is just quickly, you're very well aware of the different ways of breathing. So whichever way of breathing is best for you. I don't know if you can feel it in me, but I feel like there's so much energy moving around that it's just kind of like jittery a little bit. So let's kind of take a few deep breaths just to ground. And my favorite way to ground is you take in a really deep breath going in through your nose, and you hold it for a moment, and then you breathe out really slow out of your mouth, and then you just keep repeating that. Usually if I do that about 3 times, it gets me out of the jitteriness and down into that calm and collected and just ready to have a good time. So if you'd like to just go ahead and close your eyes, we're going to ground and then open sacred space. So that way we are safe and only the type of entities and type of spirits that we are channeling are going to come through. Okay. Everything is about intention. You've heard that said today too. So I'm so glad. I feel like I'm the luckiest one. I got to go last. So there's not really much that I need to explain with my work. Oh, okay. So we're going to keep that relaxing feeling. And as you're breathing, feel the roots growing from the base of your spine, the bottom of your feet, down to the center of the earth, down to Mother Earth. Once you feel that connection to Mother Earth, at that point, allow the earth to kind of meet you halfway, where you feel encased and I guess kind of stuck, but this is all about trusting and love. So it's not stuck in a panicky way. It's just comfort and love and warm hugs, kind of like an Olaf feel. Okay. And now we're going to open sacred space above our heads. Imagine it lines, crystal lines, white lines coming down around you, kind of in a triangle. And then they crisscross underneath you. So they go out and expand, and we're making a diamond shape. And they go crisscross underneath you. And they connect you with Mother Earth and with your higher self, with your higher power, whatever your beliefs are. And at this point, I open sacred space for everyone included in this Master Intuit Summit. May the energy speed up for transmutation inside of our sacred space. So it's only high vibe stuff. Anything that's lower vibrations or that's negative or scary or dark immediately evaporates into positive energy once it enters into our sacred space. I intend for this energy to stay with us throughout this entire summit and for the next day or so as you guys need it, at which point it will return to our heart spaces for balancing and healing. Okay, that felt really great. Like I feel very stable. And I'm the kind of Intuit that I am perfectly awesome and great. Let me hit the chat button to see if anybody said anything. But if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself because you have a question or anything like that, or any kind of comment, I'm fine. Just like Tashi, I'm casual. Now that we are in this space, it was important to me. I've got the music on now. Let's see if it'll not drown out my voice. It's important to me that each one of you that's on here, that have registered, that's live with me, each one of you gets some sort of a connection to a past loved one. Okay. So I'm going to take a couple of breaths here. I'm going to do a couple of intuitive messages that I'm receiving in general. And then I'm going to grab out my ancestor cards to see who and what is coming through for who. Okay. The first message that I'm picking up, and it's from all of our guides, is that I need to slow down. We all just need to slow down. The last session we did, Tashi activated our chakras just by scanning other people. Now our ancestors want us to breathe. Deep breaths. Each breath in, you're bringing in the healing light to any chakra that is calling out to you. Your ancestors say that means anywhere in your body that you're feeling the discomfort or sticky energy. Breathe in the light and breathe out and down to release. They want you to know it's important to be a clear channel, to be open. Trust and know that whatever comes next is for you, is important to you. I'm feeling some pulls in my lower back, some past sacral stuff. Release. It's traveling up to my heart. Somebody's having some heart chakra things. Release. Great. I love that. It's traveling up if you can hear it. Allow your throat to release. And the clearing is going all the way up through your crown. Thank you, Spirit. This is just what I needed. I'm smiling because I almost forgot. Okay. I feel it. Can you feel it? We're like elevated into a different level. I can't. I love seances. This is so much fun for me. Okay.
Yep, I feel it.
Good. I too get sweaty. Okay. So I'm going to swipe my screen over so I can grab a name or two of the people that are here. All right. We're going to go with Michaela. Hey, the family name. I'm getting a younger guy, maybe late teens, early 20s, somewhere in there. That's the type of energy. I feel anxiety. Like they can sense your anxiety, and it kind of like it gives them anxiety because they sense your anxiety. I hope that makes sense. That you he wants you to know that he's speaking to you. These are my medium cards. It's the mediumship training deck. Okay, and I'm looking right at you. There you go. That's better. If I look at you, then I can get your energy better. Okay. So, do you ever find yourself sitting in the darkness or sitting in moonlight? Like that's how he sees you. That you're sitting in moon, like, let's see. When you're getting your anxiety, you're kind of like dwelling on it. And so that keeps you in the darkness. Calling cards from heaven. So he's saying, he's reaching out to you through nature. I'm going to show you this card, but it's got ladybugs, butterflies, dragonflies, feathers. Okay. That is, and I'm getting chills. So he's like, yes, that's how I talk to you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, and now this is to open your connection between the two of you. Let me read this really quick because there's a whole big bunch on the back, but I'm just gonna skim through it to grab what it is, how you can connect with him. Put a selection of written words in a basket, and to make it more of like a ritual, like Michelle was saying, to put words in a basket, and each day just be like, hey, what's up? And then pull one out, and that'll be him communicating with you, just to get it to start.
Okay, okay, yes.
Now to get this to the next level for you, the next question to ask is, because it's very important that even if the person that is connecting to you, maybe they were younger than you in age, it doesn't mean that they are not older than you in spirit.
That's right, that's right. Okay.
So any sort of message, or what is the word? Advice, something to help you move forward. That's what I'm looking for next, to kind of give us, so that way you have your connection with him, and then you also have a way to move forward for you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Perfect. He says, you get, very cool. So this is the Angels and Ancestors Oracle deck. If it's backwards, I'm sorry.
Ancestors Oracle deck. Thank you.
Now I'm going to show you the cards really quick because they're pretty, but then I will read them to you. So we have the Protection Guardian.
Ooh, yes.
The Medicine Guardian.
Yes. Ooh, yes.
A lot of greens and blues. That I knew it. Like, you're just very much in your fields and your darkness. Wise one. I feel like this is how he sees you. Just very wise.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then this last one. It's almost like you're shutting out your emotions, but you're still sitting in them.
Yes, yes.
So his suggestion for you is drop your shields. I mean, obviously you have to still have boundaries, especially in this world, but drop your shields, because it's like you're constantly ready to fight. And in order to be able to, and it doesn't necessarily mean like you're a violent person, but just like you're constantly guarded. And so the way to really connect him on a regular basis is to open up and start dropping those inner shields, because he's there. They're all there. That was the next one that I got. Be open to healing information, which it seems like you very much are, but maybe they're saying absorb it. You're not absorbing it.
I'm not, exactly. Okay.
Where you're at right now is where you're supposed to be, wise one. Grow within your situation. So they're like, you know, not that you know what you need to do, but you're getting the guidance. You're just not absorbing it and taking the action. And allow yourself to connect with your emotions. Allow that in. The anxiety that you're feeling, don't be afraid of it. Take a session where you really sit down, and it's the heart chakra. So really sit down, maybe do a heart chakra healing meditation or something, and allow yourself to feel the emotions and let them go.
Oh, darling, you hit it right on. That is my great nephew. Yes, he transitioned at 20. I think he was 20. Yes. And I have him on my altar, a bracelet that he was wearing at the time he transitioned, and I have that on my altar. Oh, thank you. I will definitely do what you suggested. What he suggested.
And he's so excited. Like, I got goosebumps all over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ooh,
yes,
blessings.
Okay, Angie, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me mix these and breathe a couple seconds here. Ooh, whoever this is, they're up in my shoulders and behind my neck. Oh, I'm getting more of a looser kind of a hot-headed kind of a thing where I feel like all of a sudden, all of the heat came right here. I'm not getting, let's see, typically masculine or feminine. So if it was a girl, then they were more like hot-headed and harsh and like go-getter. And thank you, Amina. And if it was a guy, then he was more reserved, maybe the one that was like walked on in the family or in the relationship, whatever that could be. This right here, for some reason, this is an important pose for you. Maybe the flame of a candle. Maybe it's, you don't know it. You don't know it. Okay. So if you literally were to stand like that with your one leg up, you can do that and stand there for a little bit. It grounds you. It kind of keeps you contained within your own fire. What I also get with this card is to sway back and forth, even if you're sitting, if you don't want to. So whoever this is, they were more of a mover because I feel perfect. Okay. I feel right up here. It was very loose and it was very much like that's their energy. So this person was just a very important person to you. So it's not necessarily that they were influencing you either way towards a feminine path or towards a masculine path. I do a lot with feminine masculine stuff. So, you know, to balance the feminine masculine is important. Let me mix here because I want to get a more clear answer for you. Let me take a drink of water here. For Angie. I don't know if either you felt a block or they felt a block with expressing themselves. Or maybe that's something that you got from them. Okay. You two are sitting, you sit in your darkness.
Very much so.
Yes. And where like Michaela, she would sit in the darkness and like dwell on what was going on. You sit in the darkness and observe. Like you just see everything and where she'll take it and be like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. You take it and you're like, oh my gosh, there's so much. Okay. Your power is in your thought. So yeah, they're not revealing to me a closer connection than that. So you already know who I'm talking about, but it's all about changing your thought patterns, speaking your truth. They really, really want you to step out and step up.
Okay.
Yeah, like you're keeping yourself held back. And I'm going to mix this a little bit better because I would really like to know who it is or how you can really connect with them to see who it is.
Could
really
could this person not be a blood relative?
Correct. It's anybody that would be like in your soul family. You're just the people that meant a lot to you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I got a couple of things. Roses, the color red, red hearts especially. And then this is something that they do with you, and I'm going to read the back of it really quick to give you a gist of what it means. They try to communicate with you like this.
Okay, okay. This person has been communicating with me a great deal since she passed.
Right.
So if it's who I'm thinking.
You sit there and you can almost feel them talking to you, like a conversation. Perfect. Okay. Because that's what it's seeming like. It says, from spirit, through spirit, and to spirit. Ooh, I like that. So it's like they're speaking to you into here, like they're putting their thoughts here and giving you time to think your response, and then they're receiving it back from you. So I guess they really wanted you to understand how the process works, because sometimes it's not instantaneous. Sometimes it's like a day or two. Like if somebody forgets to text you back or something like that. that kind of a thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a lot of chills. Like they're just like, yay.
So the roses and red hearts, I have a situation right now that I'm kind of trying to make a decision if I want to reach out to someone from my past. And was that referring to that situation, the roses and red hearts, and then
she says follow the red rose.
Follow the red rose. Okay.
Okay. And honestly, when I heard that too, I started thinking of Alice in Wonderland, but like follow the red. Okay. Do you want to ask specifically about that, or do you want me to see what advice she has for you?
The advice that she has for me that she thinks is most important.
Okay. Her advice is going to be about your personal power and stepping up to do what you know you got to do. Okay. Lord, take charge with authority. Yes, you got this. And like, if I'm a little kid at heart, so I watch all the cartoons, but from the one movie where it's like the Will-O-the-Wisps, where it's like follow the wisps, that's what she's saying. Is she leaves some, not just her, but she's leaving breadcrumbs and she's leaving things. So red roses, red hearts, stuff like that. Be the white witch. You're of the light. And she's saying to show this to you like this, they go hand in hand. They're together. You can't do one without the other and really shine your light in the way that you know how.
Yeah, that goes hand in hand with another thing I've been kind of pondering. So perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to go over to Stacy. Thank you so much, Angie.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Stacy. If you're ready. Okay, yes. All right, I am going to breathe for a second here because I noticed that it took me a minute or two to really hone into Angie, so I want to breathe myself out of this. So I want to have time for everyone. This is a very strong womanly presence. Stacy, like I feel her like hovering. So whoever this is really cares about you, and they take it a little bit step further than guardian angel. So maybe they're closer to your conscience than anything else.
Okay. It's my mom.
I am the force that pushes you from behind. So like maybe do you ever like stop yourself and you're kind of like, no. They are the one behind you being like, you got it. You can do this. I'm right here. But then at the same time, she's also right here being like, but wait, you got to do it this way. You got to do it that way. Okay. Evidence of spirit. Okay, she connects to you. And when I'm saying she, because I'm getting a very, very feminine kind of a presence, but it's shells, pearls, keys, anything shiny and sparkly. So I'm going to show you this. The card. So any of these is evidence that she exists. So not necessarily that you are a skeptic. Same thing here too. I like this. Okay, I love this for all of us, for all of you too, because all of your ancestors are saying to you, you know, you just got to open up. Like we need to open up. They're seeing us in our darkness. She sees you in your darkness. But you fall more into that black hole where like, you know how there's the ocean and it's like the lighter part of the ocean. And then the farther down you go, the darker it gets. That when you fall, that's where you go, where you don't even have like sadness or anger. It's just you like check out kind of a thing. And that honestly, the only thing to keep you from doing that is to start reaching out. Is to really allow yourself to sit and start trusting. So start trusting what's coming to your mind, because you're the kind of person that you take everything you hear with a grain of salt. So everything that you hear, only take the things that resonate with you and then like translate it into your own messages for you. Because to be honest, that is what being an intuitive is. When you're intuiting for yourself and you're on your own ascension journey, every message that you get, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's exactly how it was said. You know, like how they say God has a sense of humor. So like if you're like, hey, I want it to rain, and then from a movie I see the pipe burst and it flooded a room for 3 days, you know, that kind of a thing. You just have to adjust everything to you. And that, man, there is some resistance here. They're saying stop resisting it. They are calling out to you. Not only is there evidence that they exist, but they're calling out to you. And that it doesn't matter how open you are or not open, the little things like finding coins on the ground and whoever pops into your head at that point, that is who is thinking of you. That is who's right there with you at that moment. So I'm getting a lot of different things. So it's like, you may kind of know who I'm talking about, but at the same time, they're wanting you to open up so that way you can be more clear, so you can get the clear messages, not so that way you have to maybe hear them from somebody else. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, that makes sense. That's my mom.
And then I'm gonna, man, I'm sweating on my arms, and I'm a big dork because I'm from Chicago and I don't sweat. So I come to Texas and I'm like, I'm all wet. But it's like your ancestors get frustrated with you because they're like, you got it, girl. You got it. Just see it. They want to open your eyes and let you see yourself from their perspective. Ignite your passions. Okay. So I'm going to mix the cards and see. I see a golden light. That's who this person is coming across as. I don't see like a face. Okay. What should she do going forward? What should Stacy do going forward? Okay. I have hold the space and unleash the wild within. So there isn't much that you have to do. You have to trust yourself and trust the messages that you're getting. So it's really for you, it's more about letting go of your anxiety, opening up, and allowing your own channeled messages to come through to you. So I guess that's a really cool message though for your ancestors, just to be like, there isn't much work you got to do. You just really have to start opening up and trusting and seeing it in yourself. And then the one other card that's flipped over says, connect to your emotions. And so if you're looking at it like the ocean thing, if you are in the bottom of the ocean, you have to get through all of the murky and all of the emotional crap before you can come up to the surface. So that's really what I want you to do. Come into the light, but you have to go through the darkness to do it first. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's see. I'm swiping over. Lynn, are you ready? Are you on here with me? And we have Lynn, Monique, and then E. Okay. Okay, I'm sweating. So give me a second here. Woo.
Oh, take your time, Tiff. You're the last one anyway. I sweat too when I talk to the ancestors. So don't
Okay,
worry.
cool. It's not that it's new. I've done it forever, but it's new for me to do it on a summit like this. So I'm like, holy crap, I'm sweating.
No worries. Take your time.
Okay, and I a male presence, more, I'm seeing 44, 45. That's the clearness that I'm seeing there. And so for all of you ladies, anybody that's on here, the only reason that messages come in clear for other people, or for some people than they do other people, is how open that the person is. So the seeker, you would be the seeker. So however open the seeker is, it's the clearness and the amount of messages and everything that come through. So if you're having a little bit of resistance during the reading, that's why sometimes you might not get as straightforward of a, hey, do this, this, and this in order to get the answers that you want. Ooh, but okay, I've got a male energy, more of like a trickster energy. Not like a bad thing, but just, you know, kind of like that Dennis the Menace, kind of a Bart Simpson feel. Okay, with some rosy cheeks, smiles a lot, laughs a lot, but it's almost kind of like something like that. Okay. How does he reach out to you? You can feel him. Energy scanning is what I got. Like you literally can feel his energy when he's around you. So what does that mean? Like, what is it, like a feeling? Is it a sound? Like, what exactly? So that he breathes on you. Like, he'll sit by you and be like, and then giggle. Okay. That's funny. I hope this is resonating with you. Okay, so Lynn. He's also that one to get you going. He's that one to be like, get, come on, you can do it. Or get on, or do what you got to do, kind of a thing, kind of an attitude. Ooh, intuitive walking. I'm interested to know what that means. Let me look at it really quick. That's what I thought it was. Okay. The best way to connect with this guy is to go for a walk in nature. And it really can be anywhere that you feel a connection to him. So it could be anything that you guys did together. It could be a park. It could be a library. It could be a museum. But consciously walk around in the energy that you guys were together in before, or that you feel him in, and think of him. Like he's in your head. He tries to communicate with you through dreams. He tries to communicate with you just through messages. But for the most part, because you don't see him or you don't recognize him when he's there, he blows at you and he like fucks with shit around you. So what he's asking is for you to specifically take some mindful time to really get in touch with him again, because he misses you. Okay. But he's very happy. Like whatever your fears are, whatever your thoughts were, he's very happy. He's, he just likes to fuck with you because, you don't see him. Even when you think you might or something, it's like you ignore it. Says be open to the healing information. So he's got messages for you about how to heal from him. Okay. Take care of your needs. That is his message to you. Stop. You don't have to console anybody else. You don't have to be there for everybody else. Be there for you. Your pack is there. Your pack is here, is what he's saying. We are here. So even if you feel alone right now, you're not. And you never are. if you take the time to go through this healing process, know that your ancestors, your past loved ones, like your spiritual team, that's people that have passed away that are your team, that is God, that's the spirit, the light, whatever your spiritual beliefs are, they're there for you to help you to track down your fears and to really get rid of them. You know, you need to track down your fears, get rid of those and your desires and make them happen. I will say, and I feel called to tell this to you, Lynn, and to really everybody that's on here. I always felt alone. Like I never felt like I had people. I always had a big family and I always had a lot of friends, but I never actually felt connected to anybody. I never actually felt like I had the support system that I needed. And ever since doing the healing work that I've done and opening up, like I've met Amina, I've met Michelle, Tashi, I mean, all of these amazing women. And then I have my spiritual team. And it's like, I can say that no matter what happens in my relationship, no matter what happens in my life, I am okay. And not only am I okay, but I'm going to be amazing and I'm going to help other people be amazing. So I want to share that with you because the more you do the work, you have to get through the darkness to find the light. But once you find the light, oh my God, like it's the most amazing feeling in the whole world to have a support system on earth and then not on earth. So it's just amazing. So one final message for you, Lynn, from this gentleman. Bees. Okay, so don't run from the bees. He talks to you through them too, but don't run from the bees. And it's time to bask in your joy, to really join them, join us and be happy. Okay. I hope that helped you. You're on mute. Wait.
Sorry, that better?
Yes.
Makes total sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Great. Okay. All right. I said we have, who did I say was next? We have Monique. Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, Monique. If you can't pop on for a second, that's okay. Just give me a few moments here so I can get into your energy. Monique, you have a strong foundation. Like your spiritual team, like you have a strong backing. Very strong. It's like they keep you protected. They keep you in a protected space. Okay, let me get one. Is there one person that wants to come through for us? I'm getting a younger female. Wearing something white. You guys very playful. And then also I'm getting energy where it's like she's kind of scared to even come forward because she's afraid of the sadness that comes around with her presence. But she wants for sure. She's here. Like if any of these images, we've got a rose, a key, a necklace, a watch, a shell. What else do I have on here? It looks like a hair clip or something, music notes, and a ring. Okay. She doesn't want to be forgotten. So it's like, please don't allow my memory to get snuffed out because of the pain of talking about me. Okay. She brings with her a message. You are very loved. Aw, okay. I love to hear that, Monique. Okay. You're very loved. Okay, so for you to connect with her on a regular basis, she's here for a reason. She's here to help you heal. Whatever it is that is the underlying root of what you're going through right now, she's here to help you get through that. Use the power of prayer. She's there and she can hear you. Secure her back. Get grounded. Okay, I like that. So use your prayer to communicate with her and use nature to get the messages from her. So don't expect like right away answers when it comes to when you're communicating with her, at least for right now, until you guys can open up your connection more. More like look around you, like what colors do you see? What bugs crawl on you? Those type of things. Because at that point, like me, I'm a Google freak. So before Google, I was like that kid that had an encyclopedia in her room. Very cool. I'm so glad, guys. Okay, so that's going to be the best way for you to really communicate with her. But before we had Google, I had an encyclopedia. And so like I would always look everything up. Anything that you're not sure about, that you see an animal or a bug or a tree over and over that you notice, kind of like look it up. Be like, spiritual meaning of, like for me, grasshoppers. I've seen a bunch of grasshoppers. And when it came up, it said it means take a leap of faith. So I know that I need to do that. So that same thing that it works for you. But you'll get the messages and know that they are from her. Okay. All right. So what is the next plan of action? What can we do next? Embrace the energy of peace. I love this. We're being told to drop our shield, embrace the energy of peace, pick your battles. Monique, that's a big thing that they just said. Pick your battle. Be graceful in movement and action. Ooh, I love that. You know what? This is the kind of healer that I am. Let me go ahead and go to the Google, and we're going to Google rabbits. Because this is exactly how it works. So I'm going to show you a message from her using the rabbit. Meaning spiritual. Okay, so just from what popped up, it says, besides being a religious icon, the bunny spirit animal is a symbol of cleverness, vigilance, fertility, self-protection, wit, and of course, the moon. So if you look at it like that, what she's trying to tell you is that you're very, okay, I'm laughing because it's like, what's popping into my head is it's like, they mate like rabbits, you know, like they create, right? Like they create like rabbits. So what she's saying is get clever, be clever. You've got all of these things that all you got to do is connect with some people. Just connect with the people and you're going to create more things by each connection that you make with other people. Okay, it's little tiny things because it doesn't have to be a really huge message. It could just be something little, just like that. The very last message I have is see from a higher perspective, always. So it's great when you take it with a grain of salt because you always want to be taking every message that you get and apply it to you, apply it to your life. Your loved one is saying you can never see the forest for the trees. You're always staring at the trees. You can never actually see the bigger picture. And when somebody says that to you, you spin it because it's not, I never see the forest for the trees. You say, you know, I choose to focus on the trees instead of the forest because then you're giving yourself control. Like when you repeat something to somebody and you start believing it, like I never do that. I can never be open. I'm not open. Then you're stating that and it's making it true for you. So like if somebody's saying something negative to you, like you never see the forest for the tree, you can say, well, this tree is pretty. I was paying attention to it for right now, but okay, now I'll step back and really look at the forest for what it is. You know, kind of like a fun way to step back and not stay so stuck in one position. So that's what they're saying. If you find yourself stuck in one position, take a step back, look at your surroundings, be clever, and go that next step. So I hope that was okay. We have one more. is there, do we know her name? I wasn't paying attention if we said it earlier today. If not, I will go.
Echo, I don't know if he's still on.
Okay.
Let me see. Well, is he there? Is there Echo? Give us a sign.
You're very welcome, Monique. Okay, so I'm going to do a very, very quick pull a card because I don't know if he's on, but I'm just going to quickly. Who is
okay.
No worries.
All right,
okay,
got it.
All right, so I'm getting more than one, like some buddies. So maybe you had a couple of connections that maybe they were always together in life. Something like that. Let's see. But it would be almost like the boys. Like that's kind of like what I'm getting at. Okay. And you know it. Like I don't even feel, I feel like I'm repeating this message to you, but you already know it. Like it's a stupid confirmation. Like, yes, I know. They're there all the time. I always feel them. So, and it's like, okay, they're there. I know that they're there. They're always there. Why? And it's because they're not getting the messages back from you. Like they're sending you messages and they're seeing you get the messages, but then you're not acknowledging it and communicating back. So now they just keep like poking you on the shoulder. Like, hey, we're here. Kind of like an annoying little brother or little sister. Okay, and I want to make things like these. Let's see. Whoever it is, it's like, it would be like if you were on a team and they are your support system. So you didn't lose them. They're still there. It's kind of like what I'm getting from that. I swear, you've seen me mix these, and it's all like a lot of the same cards. Our ancestors are saying the same thing. It is time. And you can see in this hand that the light is radiating out of the hand, not into the hand. So it's like they are not getting your communication. You are not communicating with them. Be open. Start healing. Let the light in. Let the sun shine. I don't know why that song came to mind. Let the sun shine in. Okay. A medium's toolbox. Ooh. You little stinker. I love it. It makes me laugh when people do this, okay? You have the gift and you know it's there, but it's like you stand behind it. You're more kind of like, yeah, I know how to do that. I don't do it, but I know how to do that. So that's, and it's the same thing, like the people are around me like, thank you. Like, hello, we keep poking him and he knows that we're here, but he's not even looking at me. So yeah, you're very, very much frustrating them. Something about, if you see in the image, a flag and stuff like that. So that is from them. What they want you to do is open up, trust in your higher forces, and open up, quit being a stinker. Okay, I hope that helped. That's pretty well what they're repeating to me over and over and over again. So I'm not.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is so awesome. Okay, that is the conclusion of the seance. But what I want to do really quick is if everybody could just take two more deep breaths, and we're gonna go ahead and close our sacred space. I'm gonna keep open the protection so that way for the next couple of days, as you're getting more messages intuitively from your other person, it'll be protected. But in the meantime, we're not gonna keep like the whole thing, the communication lines open. But okay, so. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, ancestors, for joining us. This has been so much fun. Until next time, I now close sacred space. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you guys are ready and you feel you want to be out of the space, go for it. We're good.
Tiffany, can you show the box cover of your ancestral oracle cards?
I would love to.
Please. Hold it. Hold it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to take a picture.
I have that one. I need the other one with the hand in the air. I've never seen that one.
I don't see it.
Wait, go. Can you say something? Say something, Tiffany, so it'll come back to you. So I could take the picture.
Oops. Where'd she go?
Yeah.
Where'd she go? Okay, well, it's called Angels and Ancestors deck. I got it here.
Okay, can you show yours?
This one, can you see?
Oh, that's the one. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if my phone fellowship. All right, but anyway, I don't know what happened with Tiff. But I want to thank everybody for coming and being a part, even the presenters. Thank you for being a part of this. We're going to do this annually. I would love to do it twice a year, or more, but you know, we're all doing all sorts of things. It was just enough to get all of these powerful women together at this time in this day. So I'm very grateful. I appreciate everyone. I will be in contact. I will send you all, you will get an email thanking you and giving you a list of all of the presenters' information too, okay?
Oh, good. Good.
Yes, I want everybody to branch out and stay in contact so that you could find the guide that you resonated with, even if there was more than one. And I think Tiffany was a great way to close out by bringing the ancestor energy in. I think that was a perfect way to close it out. So I hope you all enjoyed it. Peace and blessings, everybody. My presenters, I'll be in contact with you guys, of course. Sending you all love, light, all that good stuff. Love you guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Love you too, Amina.
Yes.
Love you too.
You. Mama Hayes.
Thank you so much, everybody.
You're welcome.
Tiffany's trying to get back in and we leaving. Girl.
Oh, what?